Hey guys, we are back with the final episode of Danganronpa 0.
Finishing it up today.
This is big hype. And, of course, since you asked for it last time, I have reread a little bit of the beginning of the story, and I have come up with a theory that is so bastardizingly stupid, it makes far too much sense in the context of this universe.
All right, he's gonna cook, and I actually he like had like kind of started the beginning of it, and I was like, no, you gotta wait. I want to hear this for the first time in the recording, in the finale video. So fuck it, we're doing it live. Like, let's go.
All right then. Now, I forgot where I started.
All good. Take your time.
Let's see. So, there are a few things to draw from this story so far. First of all,
Sure.
which classroom is Ryoko actually from?
Yep.
Because when she met the ultimate spy, he had never met her before.
Yep.
So, this begs the question, is she really from the 77th class? Has it ever actually been stated which class she is from? Because aside from
what's funny is
Matsuda,
I don't think we know.
there's been no one else from
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
77th class we've even met in this story. But that's not all. The very first scene where Junko met Ryoko. What was the slight observation she made about her? One key factor that makes no sense to being Junko. She had makeup on. This without a doubt proves that Mukuro was being Junko in that scene. And there are two reasons for this.
Without a doubt might be strong, but I would kind of just on principle of like this seems to make sense in general that there's a very good chance that it was Mukuro.
There are two reasons for this. One, the ultimate fashionista has no need for makeup. We saw Junko
Perhaps
at the end of Danganronpa 1, and that cute face had no reason for any kind of fake bullshit like foundation. But it could be used to cover up a certain genetic trait on someone's face. Like freckles, for example. The second point. If Junko really did wear makeup, it would not be noticeable whatsoever. The ultimate fashionista would know how to perfectly blend makeup to the skin and make it completely inconceivable. But if someone who's never worn it before put it on, it'd be pretty obvious to spot.
Sure.
And what would the ultimate soldier need for makeup?
Again, though, if we're talking about Ryoko being the ultimate analyst, she might be able to spot that regardless of how well
and that is the other
applied it
point.
is.
While Ryoko may be a horrible source for telling background and stories, when it comes to the moment that she's in, she is 100% accurate. Because regardless of what she remembers, she is the ultimate analyst. From that, we can say for sure that her descriptions of people that she's seen in that moment are absolutely true. The next point.
I get what you're trying to say.
The next point comes back to Matsuda. There are two people in this world that Matsuda is trying to protect. Ryoko Atanashi and Junko Enoshima. He's trying to protect these people so much that he will even murder someone that he cares for in order to do it.
To some extent. At the very least, someone he clearly didn't want to murder.
Yes. Now that begs the question, why did Junko Enoshima set that guy mad? And why is Matsuda so obsessed with helping someone that isn't Ryoko? And this can connect back to the first scene we ever saw of Junko and Matsuda. When we got our kiss on.
The only scene.
Possibly. There could be more this
At least so far. Yeah, so far, yeah.
That scene wasn't made at all for us to simp from Junko. That scene was made for us to assert Matsuda's response to Junko and her affection.
So I do want to actually say, though, before you continue, because we've already taught what you talked about earlier, I am curious, do you think that was Junko Enoshima or Mukuro Ikusaba in that scene?
Which one?
The Junko Matsuda scene.
Oh, that was Mukuro, absolutely.
Okay.
Like I said, the scene was made so we could gauge how Matsuda responded to Junko. Not because Junko stuck her tongue down his throat. That was a diversion.
So and I guess as a follow-up question, do you think Matsuda knows that was Mukuro Ikusaba, or
absolutely
did Matsuda think that was Junko Enoshima? Okay.
Now,
all right, continue. Keep cooking.
As I said, aside from a few people, there is no one in this school who knows about Ryoko. But I got caught for a little bit, because there was one little piece that actually threw my theory off that I had no idea how to explain. Makoto has met Ryoko before. In fact, Mukuro, if I remember correctly, knew Ryoko. But then I remembered something from Danganronpa 1, and I think this explains it.
Interesting. I really don't know where you're going with this.
Chapter 3 had a little piece of
Chapter 3
connection to this that I think may have worked out.
Interesting. Now I'm getting more and more curious where you're.
Now
what are you cooking?
I actually don't think at all this was intentional by the author, but I think it still holds some merit to our current predicament. I claim that the images we've seen from Ryoko at this point have been false.
The images we've seen from Ryoko. Can you explain that?
The visual images we've seen from Ryoko are not what Ryoko looks like at all.
Interesting.
Chapter 3 of Danganronpa 1. There was one character that had a complete visual change in their appearance. And who was that? I'm asking you.
Or you actually you okay. You've been saying a lot of like rhetorical questions, so I kind of so this is so chapter 3 is the Celeste case.
Yes. And someone went through a change in their personality.
Would be Taka. Yeah,
exactly.
Taka.
Now, as I said, I don't think this was the intention. But if it was, then the author's a complete goat, and I give my ultimate respect to them. But when he broke down because of Mondo, he had a complete visual one-over on himself. His hair changed, and his eyes changed.
Okay, I see. I see what we're doing here.
So I claim that the images we've seen of Ryoko have not been Ryoko. They've been what we need to perceive as Ryoko. Are you following?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm following.
Excellent.
I am 99% sure what the conclusion of this tale is.
And there was another point to this. Matsuda and... we have pretty much confirmed at this point, or we've gone through the theory together, that Matsuda has been intentionally ruining Ryoko's memories.
Most likely.
And the more...
That's the thing that makes the most sense.
And the more she stays away from him, the more the memories return. But there are key points that actually start triggering her memory to come back more and more. And one of those keys is Junko Enoshima.
That's probably the biggest one,
Matsuda
actually.
flipped out when Ryoko mentioned Junko's name.
The two biggest ones are Junko Enoshima and the more time she spends without getting treatment from Matsuda.
Yes. Matsuda freaked out the first time she was mentioned by Ryoko. And Junko has been making it abundantly clear that she needs to remember who Junko is. The world is Junko Enoshima's playground. the people in this world are Junko Enoshima's toys to play with.
I will say the one thing about all of that being Mukuro, if that is the case, 100% this shit was, like, scripted out by Junko. Because that shit was so, like, hardcore Junko that, like, if Mukuro has been playing
that's
Junko
the thing.
in, like, all these scenes...
That's the point. We know that Mukuro has played Junko. She played her in the first game.
Yeah, I know, but like...
She was playing the ultimate fashionista there. She was playing the ultimate, despair here.
Sure. But even still...
And of course, the very first scene we ever saw in this story was of Junko Enoshima. She had a plan, a visual in mind to create the ultimate despair. Not for the world, but because she needed a new despair to feel from. And so, because of that, Junko created the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy.
Sure.
She was absolutely behind it, there is no doubt about that. The one survivor freaked out. But...
yeah, we still don't really understand what Kamakura had to do with all that, but yeah.
And Matsuda interrogated her. But, of course, that was just another diversion from us. He didn't interrogate Junko Enoshima. Oh, no. He took away Junko Enoshima's memories. The main character of this story, who we've been following from the very beginning, has been Junko Enoshima all along. Ryoko Otonashi does not exist. It's merely a persona Matsuda created by ripping apart Junko Enoshima's memories. And that is why he is so obsessed with both of them. The reason her hair is changed is because her personality changed. We are not seeing who Junko and what Ryoko actually looks like. She is blonde and she has blue eyes. That is how Makoto knew her and why she didn't know him.
It's gonna be really funny if you're right. If you're right about like that theory, but like the hair is just like a dye thing.
Oh, it absolutely could be. But then I just have no idea why Makoto knows her.
The funny thing about that is, the hair could be a dye thing either way. Like, Junko could be a natural redhead for all we know. Like, it could go both ways, honestly, if that is the
Perhaps, but she also has red-colored eyes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I will say that, I mean, there's a lot there that makes sense. I mean, it's fucking insane, but there's a lot there that makes sense. And we talked about... You didn't even bring up the backstory, the story that Matsuda told us about Ryoko as a child. And I'm not done
yet.
Oh, keep cooking then.
Junko created the tragedy, and she went to Matsuda to erase her memories of the entire event. However, Matsuda took all her memories. That wasn't something Junko wanted. But because she is the ultimate analyst, she perfectly predicted in the case that Matsuda did portray her on her request, she would leave specific instructions for Mukuro to break her out of it. And Mukuro has been following Junko's instructions this entire time. To make sure she remembers Junko at all cost, to make sure she encounters the right people, to make her know what Junko Enoshima is to the world, or what she will be. It's all been planned out exactly as Junko Enoshima wanted. Because Ryoko is Junko Enoshima. They're one and the same.
It's interesting because at its core, now there's going to be other loose ends to potentially tie up however they get tied up, but one of the things about that theory that inherently does make sense is it does start to put a lot of the pieces into place for this universe as a whole, because Junko being the ultimate analyst kind of makes way too much sense.
It does. And I kept saying that she's after that
that's
talent
kind of one of the things.
because it's too good.
And
but what if it was
both
her
talked
talent
about it.
all
It's
along?
Like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
She just didn't have the memory to use it. But this also, unfortunately, means
you're still
that Junko Enoshima
Here we go.
is in love with Matsuda. And that's the only piece of her memory
I love how you said unfortunately.
that is still alive. Matsuda left that one piece of her memory intact to give her something to cling on, but also because he's a bit of a yandere himself. And with only one piece of her memory left, someone new evolved. And that was Ryoko Atanashi. Without any despair in her to love and feed off of, all we have left is this blind simp for Matsuda. And that is Ryoko. A pale, mere footnote factor in a higher entity that makes up Junko Enoshima. Why does Junko want her to kill Matsuda? Because that will awaken Junko Enoshima once again.
Well, I mean, if you know, again, with the way that you framed all of that, it goes a step further. If Junko truly does love Matsuda, of course she'd want Ryoko to kill Matsuda.
Exactly. That is
Because
the ultimate despair she
be,
craved at the start of the story. She needed something to push her beyond the limit. But she also she also needed to cut any tie she had to the world before she destroyed it.
Sure. But I was gonna say, like, at the end of Danganronpa 1, the reason Junko was so excited to die was not only because it's obviously a despair, but it's a special type of despair that you could only ever truly experience once. And when you look at Junko as a character, there's moments, like, obviously she loves all despair, but there's special kinds of despairs. Killing her sister is a special kind of despair.
Yep.
Dying herself is a special kind of despair. And if you're right about everything you proposed, killing Matsuda would also be a special kind of despair. Arguably with an extra level to it if it's
her 3Ds.
Ryoko doing it.
We know she describes things in threes.
Yeah. It makes sense, right?
It's her
and
three
because
despair
theoretically. And so what I'll say, I don't know. Are you gonna keep cooking?
No, that's mostly the theory. Ryoko and Junko are the same person.
So I got a few points. First of all, I think a lot of that, like, hypothetically, makes sense. I think there's some guesswork mixed in, that some of which, theoretically could be right, could be wrong, and we'll the specifics could obviously be switched around a little, but I think, like, the framework is really good. And obviously I like it. I mean, you've obviously memed about it a few times, but I appreciate it going all the way. Well. Hello, me.
The question was, of course, I am the first one reading this for the first time, so why am I not voicing either of the main characters? After all, I did Phoenix and Ace Attorney, and you were the assistant character.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the reason that I decided to do that was so you wouldn't have to read as much.
Yes, but the main reason is because no matter who it might be, if it's just a fraction of the person, or if it's just someone wearing a pathetic wig, you would not allow anyone to read your precious Junko Enoshima's lines. It had to be you.
That is great. Oh,
and
you want
that
to
is
start
why
reading Ryoko?
I did not read Ryoko. Because you wouldn't allow it, you fucking simp.
Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. Oh, bro's playing the meta games now.
Exactly.
If you want to start reading Ryoko, that's fine. I'm still reading Junko, though.
You're reading Mukuro.
I'm reading Junko until the story tells me it's someone else.
That's fine.
If it becomes Mukuro, then it's you.
Damn.
Oh God! But well, no, because you are Mukuro in this story. But
I know, but like, oh no, that sounded like you were repulsed by the idea of voicing Mukuro.
no. I actually kind of love Mukuro, but
Kinda.
nonetheless, okay. Lot to say there. So I guess so overall, like I think like for the most part, that mostly all makes sense. That all like fits, I think, narratively. I guess the only thing that I have to ask you is, do you want to know what my theory was and whether it was that or something else?
Sure, why not?
Or do you want me to wait until the end to tell you whether this was my theory?
That's a tough question, honestly, because I know you have an entire game's worth of knowledge ahead of me.
I will say that doesn't really help one way or the other.
Oh. Sure, why not then? Let's hear it. Like I said.
Basically everything it is basically everything you just said.
Damn it. I was hoping we'd go in two completely different directions.
So, either we're both right or we're both fucking dumbasses. Yeah, no, the Ryoko Junko thing hit me pretty early. That I was like, especially it's the Ryoko Junko scene, with that involved Madurai as well. There were certain little things, there were little nuances in the way the conversation was structured that really felt off to me, and it kind of hit me. And I was like, when I had the thought for the first time in my mind, I was like, this is fucking nuts. There's no way they're doing this. And I almost didn't say it, but I think I do say it at that point. And then it's kind of, and then I start reading, from that point on in the story, I start reading it with this thought in the back of my mind. And there's all these little moments in the story where I convince myself more and more over the course of the story that I'm right. And the crackpot theory just becomes my theory. And I won't shut up about how I hate this story. It's driving me insane. They're not actually doing this. What the fuck? So that's basically my experience. But I go on a tangent in this for quite a while through this story of thinking that that's the case. And then things, and then little pieces like, oh, like the Ryoko backstory and little things here and there pop up, and it's like, oh, why does this make so much sense? I hate this so much. Why are they doing this to me again? I hate this series.
It's a completely stupid idea, but that's exactly why it makes sense. We're making sense.
And to be fair, when I first said it, I think when I first said it, I didn't like. It was one of those things where it's like, oh, this would be so cool, and like, there's a little bit there, and it was one of those things where it was like, as it kept going, it felt more and more real. And I think that's the thing, right? Because you brought this up, like, half-jokingly yourself a few times over this story. And I think it's kind of like the deeper it gets, like, it just makes sense.
It does.
And it's just kind of like, damn, like, that's a crazy narrative to pull. But it also, on top of everything else, convenience. There's going to, like, we talk about the loose ends of Danganronpa 0. If that is how this ends, the Ryoko loose end will be tied up. If Ryoko kills Matsuda, the Matsuda loose end will be tied up. And that pretty much just leaves Kamishiro and Kamakura. And then that pretty bit, because I'm sure that Kyoko will be resolved in a way based on, you know, kind of what we were getting with Ikusaba, that, you know, she's gonna find a way to basically just take Kyoko out of the story for long enough to, like, make sure that she can't factor into the ending or what have you. The only loose ends that this would leave, which could also get resolved in other ways here, are Kamishiro and Izuru Kamakura.
Yes.
Because that would cover our two main characters, which are obviously two of the major loose ends if something doesn't take care of them.
Pretty much.
Because everyone else is covered by, like, I'll say quote-unquote future content, as in Danganronpa 1, because, you know, timeline-wise, that's future content.
This was also a good way for Junko to personally test out the memory wipe machine. And if it was ready for her to begin her killing game. Who's a better test subject than herself?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Because when you look at it, like, a lot of the stuff in this story kind of feels in the vein of, like, various theories and tests for all different kinds of stuff, right? It's like she's doing things on a smaller scale. So it just makes, and then she just scales it up after, right? So it makes sense.
Yep.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, theoretically, it's like she does the whole, again, theoretically, she's the ultimate analyst, so she just is like, okay, this should all work, but I could still test it. I might as well test it because, one, I could use it as a stepping stone to get to the big stuff, but also it's probably a good idea to test this, because if I test this, then it's like, okay, you know, like I'm kind of taking my analyst powers to the next level. Like, let's make sure, you know, I could pull all this shit off. And worst case scenario, I don't, and then I get the despair of failure.
Yep.
So it's, again, win-win, as it always is with her. Okay, that was a lot, but it does feel nice to
you wanted a theory.
Generally speaking, be on the same page. I am, despite the fact that I think it would have been a lot more amusing if you went in some completely different direction.
I was hoping you went in some completely different direction.
I can also take solace in knowing that you know, that we have hopefully both cooked. But if this is like way the fuck wrong, I will be disappointed that you did not avenge me. So yeah, you ready to go? That was like probably one of the longest intros you've done to a video ever.
The main girl, the ultimate fashionista, the ultimate despair, the ultimate analyst, the ultimate
dude, how many
goddess.
Ultimates? Like, unironically, bro. The funny thing is, what actually is funny about it, though, when you think about it, it would make another reason it makes sense that she's the ultimate analyst. Not to say that you couldn't have multiple ultimates, but, like, fashionista is such a, like, it's such a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's such a, like...
bullshit.
It's one of the ultimate, and there's a lot of these ultimates, but it's one of the ultimates that's so... not fragile, not fluid. I don't know I'm trying to think of the word, but it's like
that doesn't even.
It's so like
that doesn't even compare to the ultimate moral compass.
True, but it's like it's what's the word I'm looking for? Like, obviously, all of these are subjective, but like
the ultimate
something like fashion
prodigy?
Is like in. I mean, to be fair, I actually would argue that you could make that argument based on like status and money, right? So there's actually like metrics behind that, and to some extent you could make a metric argument for fashionista. I think that was just funny, but like it's just one of those things where it's like fashionista is something that's like kind of like fluid and kind of subjective. Obviously, ultimate despair is more. I feel like more than anything is like a title that's kind of referential to Hope's Peak in like a negative context. I feel like more than anything, Ultimate Analyst is an actual like trait. It's like an actual skill that she has.
Yeah.
Right? So like if she has all these ultimate titles, it kind of makes sense when really only one of them is her like actual like talent. Because even when you think about it, if this is the route we're going, there's likely a direct connection between her ability to analyze everything on such a high level and the fact that she's overcome with despair. Because I could easily see how that talent could bring her a lot of despair and, like, you know, from a very young age, turn her into clearly what she is. So, and it kind of gets into that whole thing of like the idea that you could be, you know, your talent in some senses is like a curse because you're almost like tied to it, right? Like it's your defining trait. And that's kind of the thing with like Makoto, for example, right? Because, you know, obviously Lucky Students really just, hey, we decided to bring you to Hope's Peak. You won the raffle. And It's kind of that thing where it's like, when you have that talent, you're kind of bound to that talent. That's what everyone expects you to be. They kind of portray this with Leon a bit. And obviously Leon goes out early, but that's kind of a big part of, like, Leon's story. Even he has this, like, complicated relationship with baseball. And it's one of those things that is the whole idea. And that's kind of the point. That's kind of why, like, Makoto, you know, obviously is the ultimate hope at the end. But it's one of those things where it's like, because he's normal, he's not bound by this idea of talent, so he can do anything. And that's kind of, like, thematically a big thing in Danganronpa. So in some ways, if Junko really is the ultimate analyst, she kind of has, arguably, the ultimate talent, which in a sense, arguably makes her the ultimate prisoner of her own talent.
The ultimately perfect human.
Exactly. In other words, she's the worst of us all.
She's the ultimate.
So good. It's really good writing, if it's the case, and I fucking hope it's the case, because we are gonna come if this actually goes down. Because that's the thing. If this all goes down the way you described or similarly, this shit's gonna be fire. Honestly, like,
perhaps literally.
Yeah, let's just burn it all down. I mean, we know the school's not getting burned down, but I mean, who knows? Like, I think you talked about the old building could.
Yeah.
That's one way this could end.
What use is that old shithole?
All right, you ready to go? I'm actually really excited, and we should get this started.
Yes, that was a half-hour intro.
Now I think it's a 4-hour video, for sure. Because I figured we might be able to get through this at 3.5, but with that long of an intro, you know the outro is going to be long too. Yeah. Okay. Chapter 11.
Yes.
Huh? Rain? I noticed it while entering the district's central garden, having made my way there from the back garden of the biology building. It seemed rain had begun falling at some point. Not hard, but strong enough for the sounds of it hitting the trees and grass to be heard. But this level of rain won't be enough to stop me. As the cold rain engulfed my body, I aimed toward the lined-up school buildings and dashed off from the East District's central garden. Either due to the rain or because it was possibly class hours, there weren't many students to be seen in the central garden. There were some, though. Some students running as if fleeing from the rain, and others who were calmly walking with their umbrellas. As I ran ahead at full speed without any kind of protection from the elements, I must have received some odd looks from them all. This kind of thing would normally have nothing to do with me, but for some reason, this particular time, I felt a bit annoyed.
And that's another reason why she's Junko. Because everything has everything to do with her. Nothing with the tragedy. The tragedy has nothing to do with me. You started the entire thing.
This isn't a spoiler, but I will say, dude, the protagonist of Chaos Head says that all the time, and I think Ryoko's catchphrase is a reference to the Chaos Head protagonist.
Oh, that's actually funny.
This has nothing to do with me, and the timing makes sense because Chaos Head would have been a couple years before Danganronpa. So I was like, no, this is crazy because I'm seeing these like Ryoko phrases, and I'm like, it's freaking me out. I'm like, you didn't. And it makes sense, though. Of course, Kadaka would be a fucking fan of Chiyomaru. I mean, like, God, every weeb in Japan was a fan of Steins Gate, so it's not surprising me that a visual novel guy was a fan of Chaos Head, too.
That makes sense.
But, yeah, no, that was killing me. I could not believe I was seeing this, because he keeps saying it, just the way that she keeps saying it, and I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, I definitely think Danganronpa Zero pulled. There's a few things like it definitely pulled some inspiration from Chaos Head. I think from the little bit of Chaos Head I've played, so that's fun. I felt a violent irritation develop as those people standing from a safe place watched me, as if examining some kind of swelling tumor. Even so, I continued to tell myself that it had nothing to do with me as I ran straight through the central garden. Continuing at the same rate, I eventually exited the East District and ended up at the Central Plaza, where once again I caught sight of groups of students. Most likely, they were heading back to their dormitories in the South District. Different colored umbrellas in hand, they seemed to enjoy chatting with each other as they slowly walked down the path. Glancing at them from the edge of my vision, I dashed off from the pavement once more. There probably wasn't any clear-cut road leading to the North District's old school building from where I was, so unless I cut through the Central Plaza, I wouldn't be able to proceed. The grass at my feet was damp, and puddles began developing here and there as well. Reaching the now half-vacant North District, my figure soon found itself free from the eyes of others. On a rainy day like this, there wouldn't be many people in the area at all. The grass at my feet became more and more bare as I proceeded, and the number of trees began to decrease as well. Eventually, the area around me almost felt like a wasteland. After progressing through the wasteland for a bit, a man-made structure came into view. I see. As I looked up at the building, I began to slow my running pace. Hope's Peak Academy's old school building. Its solemn appearance alone didn't give the impression that it was some abandoned building, but having not done so for quite a while, I checked out Ryoko Otanashi's memory notebook. Yep, she hasn't done it in a while.
And she still hasn't clicked on that yet.
Nope. It seemed that this building had already fulfilled its role, a half year ago at most. If that was true, then it wouldn't be strange for this building to still seem like it had seen recent use. However, the tall fences that surrounded the building seemed to shout that it was already out of commission. Plates were even stuck on the fences reading, Hope's Peak Academy's North District Planned Construction Area, do not enter. While steadying my breath once more, I walked at a slow pace around the fence. It seemed that, to enter this old school building, there was no other way than to climb over these, but once again I could feel that itchiness in my head. Still not used to it, I grimaced, and then suddenly a thought appeared in my head. Speaking of this place, I remember hearing that there were security guards around this area. Even though I didn't look at my notebook, I somehow remembered that. Surprised by the sudden recollection, I came to a halt without thinking.
So you've been here
and
before?
Then,
I mean, she's been to this old school. She's been to the old building before.
well, she says, I remember hearing that there were security guards around this area. I feel like that came up at some point, but I couldn't tell you the context. And then another wave of surprise washed over me. I was surrounded by a number of security guards. In a panic, I frantically looked around, speechless and emotionless, almost as if they were lifeless mannequins. All they were doing was simply looking straight at me. I'm not really anyone suspicious or anything. Promise. Wait, what? Without listening to my excuses, the security guards split up and dispersed. Ignoring what should have been an obvious intruder, they left and continued their patrol. Having been left behind, I stood there shocked and speechless, and then met the eyes of the only remaining security guard. He's young. The face beneath the helmet was that of a high schooler's. No matter how you looked at it, his mouth twisted into something resembling a smile, as he took out a shining object. It was a medal that had a bear mascot engraved upon it. It was half white and half black, a very peculiar bear mascot. If I recall correctly, it was called Monokuma.
That is right.
It happened again.
Leader Enoshima-san.
It happened again. Without even looking back at the notebook, that thought came to me by itself. It was almost like someone else's thought was pushed straight into my head. An eerie sensation.
Are you kidding me?
Dude, this entire story has lines like this too. It's crazy. If you actually read this whole thing back, it's actually crazy how many lines fit.
They're actually doing this, aren't they?
It feels like it. Is this what remembering is? But this is why it was driving me crazy, because once I had the theory, I started noticing all these lines.
It just clicked in your head and you became hyper-observant.
Dude, Once you
start-
read this again, it's crazy. The details.
You start becoming the ultimate analyst yourself. You start analyzing
Honestly,
every line.
this story, now to be fair, DR2's peak, but like this story I feel like really emphasizes like the like not necessarily like attention to detail specifically, but like the intentionality of every line. And it really, I think it really I think puts into perspective a lot for me in regards to this series as a whole. But anyways, is this what remembering is? This wasn't the time to be analyzing myself. No, please analyze yourself.
Honestly, you could put it together right now.
You're smart, Ryoko. You're really, really, really smart. Suddenly, the right arm of the security guard extended outward. It seemed as if he was pointing to something a bit further away. Following the direction of his gesture, my eyes spotted a small opening at the bottom of the fence that one could crawl through. But why would a security guard tell me something like that? The moment my eyes returned to the security guard, he was already walking away. I guess I didn't ask. I guess the one thing that, like, I do want to bring it up before we get in here. Any thoughts on what they're going to do with Izuru Kamakura? Because he's supposedly here in the old building.
You know, now he just seems kind of like footwork.
So are you... Yeah, like, what is the play with this Izuru? And, like, that's the thing. Like, unless you think Izuru is the... Because that's the thing, right? We talk about loose ends, and there's 4 loose ends. It's Kamashiro, Kamakura, Matsuda, Otonashi. Your theory covers the last 2 beautifully. They're gone. They're out. Kamashiro... Maybe he dies?
I mean, there's such little of Izuru that I don't
But that's
know.
the thing, right? Like, they've built him up so much that it doesn't feel like they would just kill him here. Kamashiro I could see Kamashiro dying just because, like, he's actually been a character. Izuru feels like, dare I say, maybe a, DR2, UDG, DR3, something like that?
That'd be one.
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
damn, that'd be...
there's so little Izuru here that, like...
I don't know what context they... I don't know.
Like, it's
I guess
Izuru is the weird part in this, right?
I guess maybe he just...
But you agree that that's like the odd...
And he's just left ambiguous.
He feels
for
like the odd...
series.
He feels like the odd man out, right?
Yeah, he kind of does.
So, we'll have to see how he factors into all of this. But I was just curious if you had any specific thoughts on that. Because he's been the, like, odd man out. He's been a ghost. We've talked about this. He has literally been a ghost this entire story.
Literally.
We literally don't even know what he looks like. The only implication we've got of anything about Izuru is that presumably he. That's it.
I mean, they did say he at one point.
Yeah, they said it a few times.
Yeah.
But, like, I guess we don't know for sure, but the assumption, at the very least, is that Izuru's a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? That could even be a misdirect, but I'm rolling with it because that's what they've said.
I mean, this story's all about Mr. X.
Yeah, that's why I want to say it's Danganronpa,
Izuru
so,
is also Junko
that could
Enoshima.
be a bait. Oh my god.
Everything is Junko Enoshima.
See, I don't think Izuru's literally Junko Enoshima, but from a philosophical standpoint, I agree with you. Anyways. Yeah, the moment my eyes returned to the security guard, he was already walking away. Though I wasn't exactly sure why, I absent-mindedly stared at his figure moving farther and farther away, as another thought suddenly entered my mind again. It seems as though I had remembered yet another thing. In the end, everyone is just conveniently moving along with the scenario. Was that a quote of Mukuro's?
It's almost like this was planned out.
Suddenly, now that part, see, regardless of the theories, That part is absolutely the case. This has definitely all been planned out to a T. And Mukuro pretty much admitted that, but still. Suddenly, I felt a strangely heavy fear pressing on me from the back of my head. But it'll all be alright, I desperately convinced myself. No matter what, if it's to meet Matsuda, then everything will be alright. That's what I believed. I believed in Matsuda. I believed in my feelings for Matsuda. I believed in the world that belonged to myself and Matsuda alone. By earnestly believing in him, I blew away all my uneasiness and pressed on with renewed vigor.
Oh, you...
All right, that was chapter 11. Short one.
You believe Matsuda is your ultimate love, but there is one thing in this world you love more. And it's just through the death of your precious Matsuda that realization will come tunneling back to you.
So besides that depressing monologue, is there anything else you want to say about chapter 11? Very short one.
Yeah, not really.
All right, let's keep it rolling then. Chapter 12. The countdown continues. I crawled under the small opening in the fence, finally reaching the back side of the old school building. As I walked around the building in search of a way in, I came to a large entranceway in the front. Possibly due to the building's worsening condition, the door seemed to be not only unlocked, but half opened. Yeah, like...
It's a bit careless.
Like, this has all been planned out.
I know.
I drew closer to it while keeping an eye out and carefully slipped in the opening. What lay ahead once inside was a dim, dusty entrance
Might as well
hallway.
just have a
Matsuda!
giant fucking pen marker on the wall saying, "Coming, Ryoko Atanashi."
Calling out his name, I proceeded down the hall. With every step on the damp floor, my shoes made a wet, squeaking sound. Matsuda, where are you? As I peered down the hallway, raising my voice a bit louder, I realized something felt out of place. Isn't it too dark? Even more so than the entrance hall, the hallway ahead of me seemed to be enveloped by an unnatural darkness. It was as if not even one ray of light could shine through it. But
almost like
it should have still been afternoon. Yep.
Almost like it's been abandoned.
No matter how much it was raining, there should have been some sign of the sun's light coming through the windows.
Wait.
Snap.
No, the timeline doesn't fit yet. Never mind.
Okay. A strange sound rang out in the darkness.
I was gonna...
It wasn't just
I was
once.
gonna say, like, are the windows bolted?
No.
Like, no light at
I don't think
all
it's
can
anything
get
like
in?
that.
Like, there's nothing?
I mean, it could be, but
Yeah, no.
it's not. Even if there is, it's not correlating to DR1.
Yeah, I know. The timeline's far too off.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, but that's just, I think, if at most a reference.
I mean, that...
It wasn't just...
That'd be very far in advance doing that.
Well, it's also the wrong... I don't think this is would be the right building anyways.
I mean,
It
you
wasn't
say
just
that,
once
but I
either.
mean...
But who knows
Just
the
this,
specifics of how...
we only followed one class in Danganronpa 1.
Sure, that's... To be fair, who knows? It wasn't just once either. Like a chain reaction, those sounds began to continuously multiply. Snap, 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 snap. One by one, the lights turned on throughout the hallway, and by the time the sound stopped, the whole building was illuminated with light. Matsuda? That was all I could think of. He must have responded to my voice calling out, with that notion pushing me forward. Like, this is crazy. Like, she walks in and all the lights turn on. Like, what the fuck? I continued down the hallway, enveloped in electric light. Matsuda, where are you? As I peeked into a passing classroom. Matsuda? Checking a bathroom? Matsuda! She's a little too excited to check the bathroom, but okay.
Absolutely.
No, she literally, like... I know she does it a few times with the exclamation point, but I love that classroom. Matsuda? Bathroom. Matsuda?
Oh, obviously, because she'd get
hell.
a fucking eyeful right there.
While walking up the stairs, Matsuda? Peeking into yet another classroom. Matsuda? Checking another bathroom! Matsuda! They did it twice!
Yep.
Oh my god, that's actually I hate this. I hate this.
You,
What the fuck, Kodaka?
Miss Otanashi, are a pervert.
This is crazy.
On
Like,
top of
little stuff like
everything
that,
else.
I'll never... Dude. I mean, the incest was wild
And that,
enough.
I didn't think of the incest yet.
Oedipus complex shit.
And that,
I'm just talking about like the Oedipus complex.
and
but
that
yeah, there's
is
also...
your fifth ultimate talent, the ultimate pervert.
I mean, we've seen that with Junko, so that would still track. While walking up more stairs, Matsuda? Continuing to go through these actions, I eventually ended up on the highest floor. Even there, while calling out, "Hey, Matsuda!" and going through the hallways, bathrooms, and classrooms, I didn't catch sight of him anywhere.
It's actually kind of sad how big this building is. Yeah, it's abandoned.
Well, they just said they were gonna like redo it.
I guess.
So they're not like just destroying it, but it's closed for now. Getting tired probably never came to pass though, if I had to imagine. Getting tired, I decided to pause and catch my breath. Then a thought about the strange building came into mind. So, the old school building was really like this? As I walked around the building looking for Matsuda, its atmosphere didn't really give me the impression that it was anything like a school. First of all, there weren't any windows. From the first floor all the way up to the highest, the windows in all the hallways and classrooms were boarded up with thick wooden planks. So that's not the same thing.
Close enough.
But it's similar. Because we didn't use wooden planks. But it's interesting because I wonder if, like, again, if we're talking like Ultimate Analyst or whatever, I wonder if she kind of, she kind of was like, okay, like, yeah, like, let me get a feel for what I might be working with.
Yeah, this is just like the planning stage.
Yeah,
and that makes sense.
We know, like, we've talked about how a lot of this story feels like a test run.
Yeah, because, like, no one from, like, the schools can even bother, like, checking in on this building. So it's pretty much just, like... Yeah. It's pretty much just, like, students just do whatever you kind of want with it. Because, like, we're not going to check it at all.
And she somehow set it up in a way to where clearly even the people that are actually guarding it are her people. So...
That's kind of crazy.
We don't know what the deal is with that, but I mean, obviously we know that she's cooked the fucking, or I guess Mukuro has cooked the fucking what's it called? The fucking steering committee. But yeah, like clearly Junko, regardless of what's going on, Junko has her hooks in pretty deep already. Which is crazy, because if your theory's right, she's literally been out of play this entire time.
How far ahead was this plan? Jesus Christ.
I know, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, that's crazy to think about. Did she
literally just step into the school and started thinking, okay, how am I going to do this? I've had this planned out since birth.
It's funny you say that. But I think that actually might be, like, there's a moment where when she starts talking about her and Mukuro, you know the shot in Chapter 6 of DR1 where they get the really cool shot of the two of them? They do that, like, that really cool, like, kind of artsy visual of Mukuro and Junko together while she's talking about, like, her plan.
Yeah.
I think she makes a comment, like, when they get to the killing game thing, like, finally, after waiting, like, 2 years or however long, it was finally time to put my plan into action, referring to, like, like setting up the killing game, the killing school life.
That's wild.
But it does kind of imply that it sounds like, yeah, it most likely she's probably started, if not before, certainly once she got there.
I mean, well, I guess there was a lot going into it, not even related to the school, really, to get it to work. Like, taking over the airwaves, destroying the fucking world, like... setting up the construction and, like, all the monumental statues of the world.
I mean, yeah, but that's all, like, later game stuff. But, like, becoming the ultimate fashionista, obviously, like, likely completely existed for the sake of her aspirations of despair as well.
It's a perfect mask.
I mean, it makes sense because it makes her popular, famous. Like, it gives her an in to a lot of powerful people. Like,
yep.
It makes sense. It really does. Like, that part, I think, because that obviously is unrelated to our theories here. Absolutely, she became the ultimate fashionista for the sake of her, like, despair aspiration.
Well,
100%.
I mean, money's also good.
That's all, but that's the thing. Like I said, she became the ultimate fashionista for her despair aspirations. That's not... money can be one of the reasons why.
But also just...
Like, there's multiple
just
reasons
money in
that you
general.
get out of it. Yeah.
Like
She's a
Mukuro
material
said,
girl
like,
living in a material
I
world.
think there was, like, lines in Danganronpa 1 about Mukuro's been on the streets before. So it's like, you know,
Well,
gotta eat.
I mean, that's interesting, because that almost makes me wonder if that had to do with points where, like, Mukuro seems to have this, like, really, like, back and forth relationship with Junko, where, like, half the time, she's like, you know, I will literally do anything in my power to get the fuck away from her, and then the other half of the time, it's like, I am her servant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like you have that dichotomy based on, like, the dialogue we get from Junkuro in DR1.
That works.
So, yeah, like, obviously the whole Fenrir thing, like, it's that weird thing where it's like she probably became the ultimate soldier to get away from Junko, and yet in a weird way, it led her back to serving Junko, right? Like, she ended up just becoming a better tool for her sister.
She became...
So it's like that weird thing where it's like...
She became too good of a tool. So good
and
she
I'm
had to
sure
offer.
I'm sure Junko convinced her of that exact fact while also telling her how horrible she is.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's like that. Every little bit we get of Mukuro, such an interesting character in theory. We just don't get much.
Just a shame she died, like, right away. Chapter 1.
Honestly. Anyways, yes, the old school buildings really like this. The wooden planks, which appeared to be the cause of the unnatural darkness. Furthermore, all the hallways and classrooms had nonsensical, disgusting, tasteless pieces of artwork scattered everywhere.
Okay.
I'd love more details.
That's...
As a result, almost any trace of the building having been a school was lost. Okay, so that is different. That is just outright different. It was unthinkable that the building was in this state when it was being used. But if that was the case, then someone, for some reason, definitely had to have planned this. But who? And why? Who are we thinking this is?
The answer was inside of us all along. Sometimes literally. Oh, there's actually someone new here.
Yeah, I mean, we
you
could
must
run
be
down
pretty.
the list.
I mean, it's probably Mukuro as Junko.
There's two characters that I could theoretically in this
guess
scenario.
it could
there's
be...
two characters
Well, no,
that
there's
would make
two...
sense. It's either Junko or Kamishiro. I can't think of anyone else it could be.
Well, I mean, we could finally get Izuru.
That would be wild if Izuru just popped up in like such a non-dramatic way.
That's such a Danganronpa thing to do.
Potentially. Do you want to read it or should I? I think it's Junko or Kamishiro. I'm pretty sure it's one of the two.
Yeah, because Matsuda would not start a sentence with "ah."
No. This sounds it could be Junko. I feel like it's Kamishiro, but this...
God, they're both...
It's one of the two,
both
for sure.
kind of similar.
They're both silly,
Yeah.
but I feel like if it was Junko, there'd be more of a giveaway that it's Junko. This is something Junko would say and could say, but there's no giveaway.
She's not the
that it's
only
Junko.
one that would say it.
She usually gives it away pretty easily.
Yeah, all right. I'll be the boy.
Yeah. Let's assume it's Kamishiro cuz he's got to show up in this.
Yeah. Ah, you must be pretty surprised, huh?
With no warning whatsoever, a voice rang out from behind me, causing me to jump. In a panic, I turned around and there wasn't
All right,
anyone
yeah,
there.
it's him.
Okay, probably Kamishiro then.
Absolutely Kamishiro. Well, that's to be expected. Even I was surprised by all of this.
But even so, I could still hear that voice. Once again, I surveyed my surroundings and, as expected, couldn't detect any hint of another person.
That is so crazy though. Like, he's so good, he actually negates her analytical skills.
Yeah, there's he is his power, quote unquote, like his lack of perception, like I said, it's so interesting because like it reminds me of like a like a superpower that I've seen once in fiction, but it's like for the most part a pretty unique thing.
Hey, big sis. Where are you looking? I'm right here, you know.
The voice was coming from right in front of me, right in the middle of the hallway.
I'm right here.
Feeling myself wince from the exceedingly strange turn of events, I focused all of my attention toward the direction where the voice was coming from. As I continued to stare, a young boy's figure began to appear. A child?
Ah, I guess you forgot about me yet again.
The boy, seemingly entirely fed up, put his hands on his hips.
I'm Yuto Kamishiro, Class 77's Ultimate Spy.
Immediately, I opened up Ryoko Tanashi's memory notebook and was able to find him and remember before that annoying itching feeling could return inside my head. Oh, Kamishiro!
Oh, that's funny. I know it's not what it meant, but it's like, just thinking about this kid gives me a fucking bad feeling.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh, Kamishiro!
God, if this is Junko, that makes even more sense why he wants her body. Jeez, how many times have I introduced myself by now?
Displeased, Kamishiro puffed out his cheeks.
Wait, why are you in a place like this?
I think that was her, because this next line's him, but yeah.
Oh.
Wait, why are you in a place like this?
That's what I was going to say. Actually, how did you even get in here? Weren't there like a bunch of security guards patrolling the area? It's nothing for someone with no presence like myself, but I think it would be impossible for an average person like you to get past all those guards.
Average person, you dare?
I'm the ultimate analyst, bitch.
I was at a loss. Yeah, even if she's not Junko, she's
I'm
average.
a tiny fragment of Junko Enoshima, but I'm still a demigod.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. I like that. I was at a loss for words. There was no way he would believe me if I said that the security guard just let me through. It just kind of happened. It was the only explanation I could think of, but he seemed to accept it regardless.
You forgot how you got in here? Oh well, guess there's no...
No! She actually did it.
It's the assumption.
I know, it's the right assumption to make. But it's funny.
You forgot how you got in here? Oh well, guess there's no choice. There's nothing I can do if you're already here.
Kamishiro then began boasting about how he got into the school. Through his various espionage actions, he had caught wind of the secrets connecting the old school building and the series of incidents occurring. From there, he snuck into the building itself not much earlier than when I reached it, it seemed. Not only that, but it appeared that it was also Kamishiro who found the breaker to the electricity and turned on all lights. Fair enough.
That's cool. How coincidental.
But it's pretty impressive that... Yeah, it is kind of funny. But it's pretty impressive that you were able to find the breaker when it was so dark.
I guess the night vision goggles I use in my hobbies are pretty useful.
Scared, I decided not to ask about what exactly those hobbies would be.
That would be best. Well, when I think about it, meeting you here was some good timing. After all, if you, my client, weren't here, the resolution phase wouldn't be able to start.
Huh? Resolution phase? Kamishiro took out a pastry and with one huge bite stuffed it in his cheeks, speaking in a proud manner.
Basically, I already got the full picture of this story down. The next step is to take care of things in a spy-like manner and prevent it from happening. And that's another case complete.
I see.
I see? Isn't that reaction a bit too weak?
Kamishiro seemed to overreact at my underreaction. But a weak reaction was to be expected, right? After all, things like the case or the resolution phase didn't matter to me at all. More importantly, Matsuda. I need to be meeting Matsuda.
You're not an Ace Attorney fan, Ryoko? Okay.
I mean, honestly, it's this thing in Danganronpa too, to be honest.
Fair. Not yet, though. It'll be alright.
Yeah, I guess.
Yasuki Matsuda should be heading over here pretty soon.
Oh, Cook. Huh?
Well, you were probably worrying about Matsuda, right?
While suppressing his laughter, he shoved another sweetbread into his mouth and immediately started off in another direction.
The fact that he's actually, like, his endgame is getting Ryoko makes me honestly curious what his endgame's gonna be.
I guess there's a possibility he turns into a despair. That would be really funny if Junko and
Yeah,
Ryoko
but,
are
like,
the
you
same
really
person.
thinking he's tapping that?
No, well, I don't know. Would it give Junko despair? Possibly.
Yes, actually.
So, like, yeah, maybe. Probably not, though.
Look, even I
think-
have limits to how much despair I can intake, okay?
It's weird because, like, I feel like the most likely outcome is he dies, but I'm not confident. You know?
Who's doing it?
Like,
Just...
either Ryoko or Matsuda. Potentially Matsuda?
Possibly Mukuro. I mean, she's like the only one who's ever actually...
Could be Mukuro.
She's the only one that's ever actually, like, noticed his presence. And she's the only
Yeah,
other
that's
one
the
that could
thing. Or-
stealthily get past him.
I guess there's always the actual potentially ultimate hope. Kamakura is just in the ghost, in the ether. The actual ultimate spy. The character that literally doesn't exist.
I hate
Like, what
phantoms.
the fuck? So, like, I guess there's actually a lot of contenders because we're getting Kamishiro, Ryoko, Matsuda, and we're expecting Junko and Kamakura and Mukuro, probably.
You're doing Danganronpa after this, right?
Yeah,
I was thinking,
I'm about to record
Depending on
DR3
when
after
this ends, I could start Danganronpa 2 myself.
That would be crazy. We do the double. We both do the double.
Hell yeah! It's Despair Day.
Yeah, but I have some. I guess. Oh, jeez. Oh God! If you do DR2, dude, I can't, bro. You just
DR2 and Kill la Kill together. You're eating well.
Yeah, you can't do. That was already gonna be intense enough, especially because you're. I don't know if I can handle that. Anyways,
All right, let's go.
fuck.
We'll talk while we move.
Go as in where?
Come on, if you don't hurry, I'll leave you behind.
Kamishiro then hopped onto the stairs, which I hurriedly followed after. Hey, wait, you know where Matsuda is?
Already going on about him, huh? You sure are impatient, big sis. Well, I don't really dislike that part of you, I guess. You know, it's pretty common in American movies. What?
That she's impatient.
Oh, I get it, but she's not a blonde. Yet. Or maybe she is. I don't know. We could be... maybe she's not a redhead at all and we're getting diverted.
I guess that is the funny thing. I don't think... I don't think Matsuda or any other character has ever described her as a redhead. So, like, if that part of your theory is right, that would be insane.
And I connected it back to Ishimaru. He did have some
because you did the Taka thing, but, like, I don't know, like we could take it as, like, that extra step of, like again, like, literally, she doesn't look... like, literally doesn't look the way that she's been portrayed to the viewer.
But here's the question, then. Who did that? Did Matsuda dye her hair in her sleep, or did Mukuro do it? Who created the Ryoko Otonashi persona to begin with?
If that's the case, it would likely be Matsuda.
God, that's so creepy, but...
That makes more sense. Like, again, if we're saying that Matsuda fucked her head, it almost has to be Matsuda. In a weird way, it's weird because, like, in a weird way, Matsuda, like, as much as, like, Junko clearly is the mastermind of everything here, in a weird way, Matsuda is almost as much of a mastermind as Junko if everything goes the way you think it will.
Well, he has possibly known Junko his entire life. Goes to figure they'd think like one another.
It's interesting. If anything,
It
like,
also makes
Matsuda
sense
might
why
have
they'd fall for one another.
God, I can't wait to see how this ends.
But that's the key difference. Hey, Matsuda's willing to kill others for Junko. Junko's willing to kill Matsuda for Matsuda and Junko.
Yeah, that's what's so stupid. Because if this happens the way you see, this would be her ultimate show of her affection.
Mm-hmm.
It's so stupid. It's the same thing with her killing Mukuro.
Fear not, my love. You're feeling the ultimate despair now. And one day, I'll feel it myself and meet you on the other side.
It's like so empty and shallow, and yet that's weirdly what makes her character so deep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the weirdest thing. Like, I can't... She is one of one. I have never run into a character in fiction that's quite like Junko Enoshima. So interesting.
It's impossible to beat her.
It's so... Like, that's such a clever concept for a villain, too. Like, just like... But what if, like, she just doesn't care? She will do all the work, but it's like, yeah, what happens, happens. And hell, let's even maybe just leave the, you know, I got my 99% despair covered, but let's also keep that 1% alive. Let's create a narrow enough path just in case for me to lose.
Yep.
Because that's the thing, in DR1, she did things that she did not, like, if she wanted to win, she easily could have just slightly changed things around, and there was no way she could have lost.
Yeah.
Like, she had total control of the situation until, like, literally until the end.
Literally.
And then the one time that she was taken aback, she was just like, yeah, okay, I'll kill myself.
I do like how she leaves, like, these little details that make the reader able to guess what's going on before the ending actually comes.
And that's what she does. Like, she gives not just the reader, but the actual, like, people in the game. She's literally giving them hints, like, because she wants them to get to the end.
I think the biggest indicator
because that's
what was going on in Danganronpa 1. I think you'd argue it was a little sooner than this, but the big one for me was that what's her name? Mukuro's death sprite is literally just an edited version of Junko's from earlier in the game. And if you notice, like, the similarities to that, you can I feel like you have enough there to where you can be like, oh my god, wait. Like, something big is here. And then I feel like you honestly put together either it's Mukuro or Junko as the mastermind, but one or the other.
It's so fun because I feel like
I look back on
has
that
such a
chapter,
great...
I'm thinking, how the fuck didn't I put that together?
It's so obvious in hindsight, isn't it?
Too obvious.
And, like, that's the thing about Danganronpa. Everything in Danganronpa is so obvious in hindsight. That's like
let
it be.
No, I'm paying special fucking attention to the sprites in the second game because I'm not falling for that twice.
But this is what I was about to say. So Kodaka understands, like, meta context on such a great level that, like, Danganronpa 2 very specifically plays into the understanding that you've played DR1 and you understand how Danganronpa works. And he uses that to his advantage to manipulate you. It's really cool.
I almost want to go back, like, I don't know, like, look at your playthrough or look at someone and start, like, taking notes down on what's important. Also, I am getting a call, so I need to stop.
Oh, okay.
I'll see you in a second.
Enough. I don't know what we were talking about, but
we were talking about the writing of the first game.
And I kind of brought up that, like, the second game fucks with you, and, like, it takes what you've seen from the first game and uses it to your advantage, to the story's advantage. But DR2 is, I could go on, but one day we'll actually be able to, hopefully one day soon, we'll actually be able to talk about DR2. But that's not something that needs to be in the videos, or at least, you know, I have my thoughts on DR2 on my channel. You'll have yours soon enough on your channel.
The likelihood of me finishing DR2 before you get to 200 of Gintama is also strong.
That I could see happening, but that I think has more to do with just the fact that I think I would not be surprised if you get through DR2 quite quickly.
I mean, I did DR1 in a month.
Yeah, so, like, that has more to do, I think, with you than me. But yeah, that I could buy. That I actually think is pretty likely, to be honest.
So where are we?
I don't know about on the channel. Yeah, somewhere on this page. It's near the. Oh, it's the. We're in this paragraph because we. Yeah, you sure are impatient, big sis, and we got to. It's pretty common in American movies, and then that was. Where
yeah, the blonde car. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you could just read this line again and start from there.
Okay. It's pretty common in American movies. Those scenes where they start stripping down desperately for before getting it all rough. That kind of impatience really turns me on.
Hey, stop screwing around.
What? You're acting like you're not the ultimate pervert. You're the one screwing around, aren't you?
As Kamishiro turned around and looked at me, my whole body froze without a thought. The look on his face was unexpectedly tense and severe.
Someone behind you?
No, I mean, well, he's the one that said, "You're the one screwing around, aren't you?" And he's looking at her in a really tense way. Interesting.
Matsuda! Matsuda! Man, you sure are persistent. Just be quiet and listen to what I have to say for now.
Damn, that's kind of aggressive. Without any reply
just shut the fuck up about Matsuda for 2 minutes.
He kind of said that in a nicer way.
Jesus Christ!
Without any reply from me, Kamashiro's words and gaze continued their pressure, and then he returned to bouncing down the stairs. After leaping off toward the end of the flight, he once again turned back toward me.
What's wrong, big sis? Hurry up!
His face had already returned to that innocent smile. Yeah, he has like a dark side that kind of like, obviously he's a pervert, but he has this like really serious mode that's like almost sinister. It's kind of weird. Come on.
Yep.
Come on, hurry up. Yep. All right. Confused, I walked down the stairs after him. After rejoining Kamishiro at the bottom, we continued side by side down the next flight.
Okay, let's start with the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy.
It seemed that his resolution phase or whatever had already begun.
I think you already got the gist of it, but the tragedy of Hope's Peak occurred somewhere in this old school building. That's right, everything started right here.
That makes sense. The beginning and the end.
Makes sense why it's getting revamped.
That also explains that, yeah. Bringing all of the information together and connecting it, that seemed to be the detective-style way of the resolution phase.
God, if this... Holy shit, if this isn't like... Yeah, because I made the joke earlier about this being, the fucking, the building from DR1. If this isn't the case, what the fuck happened to that one room? Did this tragedy happen twice?
Well, it's very possible that had to do with that, but the other thing that it could, like, we don't... That's the thing. What's interesting about this story is it's talking about the incident that kind of sparked it all, but that's the thing. This is all pre-tragedy. So, like, who knows what was going on during the tragedy? Or the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. So, who knows?
Alright, okay, you read that line. It was certainly the worst incident. The worst anything that's ever occurred at Hope's Peak Academy. After all, 13 members of the student council, the best of the best, were murdered? But there were 2 people who survived the tragedy. One was the ultimate student council president, Shushan I get this enough for killer.
Soshun Murasame.
Yes, Murasame, who somehow escaped despite suffering major injuries. And the other person was...
Izuru Kamakura.
Izuru Kamakura.
No,
Wait,
this is her. Yeah, this is her. Wait, what? Even I was surprised as I blurted those words out without thinking. Let Ryuko cook. Yep,
Cook,
he's
big
calling
sis.
her out. He's calling her out, too.
How rare to see you remembering something.
Kamishiro, I think he might have figured this out. Like, potentially
out
the
the truth?
whole thing. Because he, like, that tense, because he said, what, oh, I gotta actually go back. I gotta get the right line. Where is it? It's up here. It's down here. Hey, stop screwing around. You're the one screwing around, aren't you? And then he
you're
looks
playing
at her really
make-believe.
tense. Yeah, like, I don't know. He might know. It's hard to...
That's an interesting observation.
He might know. That's the thing, right? The dialogue and the writing is so crazy in this story. Like, because there's so many things that you could take multiple ways to as well. Like, it's great. Anyways, Kamashiro's strange gaze remained fixed on me.
Well, whatever.
He soon moved on and continued his explanation once more.
Izuru Kamakura was hiding something. The fact that he was an individual amazing enough to be called the Ultimate Hope. Kamakura was researched on by Hope Speak Academy. They raised him. He was the ultimate of their collective effort, in which every talent and every ability of ultimate caliber was forced into his body. Jesus Christ, he really is the ultimate.
We're literally talking about taking a person, either an ultimate or possibly even just like a quote-unquote normie, and literally somehow manufacturing talent and like genetically like altering him to make him talented. Like, who knows what the specifics are of this. It would either, whether it's like body manipulation, mind manipulation, probably a combination of fucking with his brain and his body. But what the fuck? This is like clearly 8 million tiers of illegal to start, but like also just like more.
I mean, it's Hope's peak.
Yeah, we're not surprised, right? Like that I think is the thing that and it was kind of implied in the first game, but I think the deeper you get, the more it's like part of why Junko was able to pull all this off is because she was working with the stacked deck that is the fact that Hope Speak Academy is built on lies. And like this entire system is absolute fucking garbage. Like, not to say that these people aren't incredibly talented, but the concept, the entire, like, this concept of ultimates and its ultimate hope of talent is so stupid that, she was able to make this whole thing crumble. And, what's going to bring us out of that in the future timeline, in like DR1 beyond, is, actual belief in ourselves in the future, in shit that actually fucking matters.
I think that's even funnier how like Ryuko is learning all this about like the ultimate student, and then just fucking Makoto is self-claimed as the ultimate hope. It makes sense why she was so disgusted in that title being given to such a fucking loser.
Well, it's so funny because
you idiots have no idea how hard the ultimate hope was to arise.
It's so interesting because, like, it's also, like, it's so cool, too. Like, I like the idea of Izuru Kamakura's official title, like, his true title being the Ultimate Hope, and Makoto's title also being the Ultimate Hope, because hope is subjective. Like, what someone sees as hope can be completely different, right? And the idea of the ultimate talent...
That would be so hype. Dude, you make Kamakura the villain of Danganronpa 2, and you've still got Makoto in the game.
I mean, yeah, like I said...
You've got the ultimate hope versus the ultimate hope.
Well, I mean, I talked about it. Like, I mean, maybe not UDG, but 2 and 3 are on the table 100% if he survives.
Yep.
Like, that's the thing. Like, it could go both ways. It could be... There's a lot of possibilities, though. And this character, like I said... Either something big has to happen with this Izuru, or, like, what the fuck was the point? Because if Izuru doesn't... If we don't get, like, a significant thing with Izuru, a significant resolution with Izuru, this character, like, has to be important later, if we're not getting it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the point of all this? Like, Izuru has been... And what's interesting, too, is we talked... I think this is worth mentioning... Because you know how, like, Danganronpa is? So far, we don't know what Izuru looks like at all. And I feel like that's important. Because, like, if we somehow don't find out in this story, then that means moving forward in the canon, Izuru could literally be anyone.
Literally.
And that's interesting.
We might know him from the start.
That's intriguing. So, I don't know. They might be cooking like this might be some long-term cooking potentially for like either the next game or the anime or something crazy like that. Anyways, he
was truly Hope's Peak's ultimate hope. That's why the school hid the existence of it at all. To the point where no student knew anything about Izuru Kamakura. Not even whether he was a boy or a girl. He was raised completely sheltered.
Sheltered upbringing. Living completely closed off from the world. You see, like, there's things like this that are, like, really interesting. Like, you know, when he's, like, talking about we don't even know the gender of Izuru, but while also referring to Izuru as a he. It's, like, really interesting dialogue. Because you know that's very intentional. Like, that whole framing. Sheltered upbringing, living completely closed off from the world. I was the same as him. I was shocked that it sounded almost exactly like myself. That's an interesting point.
Then that Kamakura guy caused an outrageous incident to occur.
Kamashiro's tone seemed to become more serious. It would be funny. Actually, this would be funny if he thinks that we're Izuru.
Damn.
That, honestly, like, it kind of... We've talked about it, kind of makes sense. Like, I could see where the thought would be. I mean, fucking Ryuko herself was just like, that kind of sounds like me.
Fuck.
Kamashiro's tone seemed to become more serious.
Kamakura caused a bizarre mass murder of all things to occur within the school. It was truly awful. What the hell? That mass murder? Really? Okay. After all, the person who was praised to be the ultimate hope above all others caused such a despair-inducing incident to occur. If it wasn't the epitome of a tragedy, then I don't know what it was. You know, that would actually be kind of funny. I know it's not the case, but... like, because they said that, like, Mukuro was on the streets away from Junko, it would be funny if Junko actually was Izuru.
I don't think that's the case.
And they raised her up. I know, but that would be pretty funny.
I think just because, like...
it makes sense why she's so perfect.
Sure, but... like I said, the Kamakura thing... it feels more... like I said, this... it's so weird.
It is.
Let's just keep going for now.
That was the reason why it was called the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. It's certainly something the school would label it as. The existence they raised together as a collective effort committing such an unprecedented, bizarre murder crime. There wasn't anything else to call it but a tragedy. But that's not all there is. What's even worse is that not only did the school not bring light to the situation, they attempted to fully conceal it.
For multiple reasons. Like, when you think about it, one... they don't want anyone to find out about Izuru. Not like the person, but like what they did to Izuru. So they don't want anyone to find out that they ever did this, but they also are so, like, hope simped, talent simped, that they still want to protect Izuru for the sake of humanity, despite the fact that Izuru seemingly was responsible for killing all these people. They still want to protect him. So, like, that shows, you know... it's crazy. Like, this is literally them playing right into Junko's hand. Because if these fuckers just swallowed their pride and admitted, like, and just like let loose what actually happened, none of this would stir to set up the situation, to set up the circumstances that Junko needed. But Junko knows that Hope's Peak Academy is so fucked up that they're gonna play right into her hand.
Yep.
Like, I mean, obviously, like, we know that she has friends in high places, and there's a lot that she can manipulate, but a lot of this could have been stopped before it got to the point where those influences that she has would even matter if they just were not fucking insane at Hope's Peak Academy. Literally, Hope's Peak Academy fucks everything up, and Junko's just the catalyst.
It's
Crazy.
a system built on corruption.
So good. As he spoke while rhythmically stepping down the stairs, I was completely absorbed by what he was saying. Without giving any form of response, without writing anything in my notebook, I just intently listened to what he had to say. And it's cool because, like, it looks like we're probably not going to get anything of, like, the actual tragedy in this story. And yet we've still kind of gotten a lot of context for how the tragedy happened just by this story, which is before the tragedy even happens, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. The school was most likely afraid, after all. If people were to catch wind of that incident, the whole mission statement of the school, that talent is humanity's hope, would crumble. If that happened, the school would lose authority, and if they were handled impromptly, they wouldn't last much longer either. So that's why the school was trying to hush up the incident. Well, it's probably facing pressure from outside sources as well, but the ones we should feel sorry for are those student council guys.
Student council. Those words snuck into my head, and along with them came the itchiness, which forced a memory to surface. That memory was of the Madurai brothers and their terrifying expressions as they relentlessly chased after the source of the tragedy.
Yep. After all, those guys all died in vain. It really is awful. It's like, as long as it's for the sake of the school's hope, anything could become a stepping stone.
Yep.
Even if it hadn't been the reserve course, they were so stubborn that they would have used something else.
I shook my head, chasing out those images of the Madurai's faces. They don't have anything to do with me. This wasn't the time to be thinking about them.
And then, the ones who led this whole process of covering it up was none other than the top of the top. The student committee members themselves. They hid the fact that Steering committee. They hid the fact that Izuru Kamakura was not just a survivor, but the perpetrator of that entire incident.
And that's where the old school building comes in? After being silent for so long, I responded, and Kamishiro quickly nodded in reply.
Either way, there's no reason to ignore the place where the incident occurred. Might as well check it out while we're here carefully snooping around, right?
That was a lot of exposition, but you didn't, there's a lot more that you haven't said yet. While descending the stairs that led from the second floor to the first, Kamishiro continued matter-of-factly.
But there is a huge miscalculation on the school side. While they were moving along assuming they'd cover up the tragedy, there was still another troublesome individual that hadn't been dealt with.
Junko Enoshima. The moment I spoke those words, we reached the first floor.
Over here. Come with me.
Without a moment of hesitation, Kamishiro continued forward.
The first person to discover the truth of the incident was Junko Enoshima. Then, by trying to find Izuru Kamakura afterward, she'd aimed to overthrow Hope Speak Academy.
Okay.
Interesting.
That sounds... That tracks. As we walk together... I guess, because that goes into the thing. If we talk about the idea of, Izuru being this, potential future villain, theoretically, if the Phantom in the Mist killed all these people and then presumably, was won over, swayed, fell into despair, what have you, right? If this Izuru fell into Junko's hands, that it really is an interesting setup for a villain. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So I'm starting. It's just, where the fuck are you, Izuru? As we walked together, it seemed both Kamishiro's destination and the end of his resolution phase were almost upon us.
What happened afterward was completely aligned with her plan. The disappearance of the steering committee shows that. It was definitely her doing. She probably kidnapped them and forced them to spill Izuru Kamakura's whereabouts with brute force. But Junko Enoshima really is someone to fear. Jeez. And just how is she the ultimate fashionista?
Yeah. It doesn't.
Is she the ultimate fashionista?
Yeah. She's kind of when you really start to get to know the real Junko, it doesn't. I mean, don't get me wrong. Her fit is fantastic. Her fashion's impeccable, but of all the things that I would say to describe her, that's not at the top of the list. As if responding to Kamashiro's words, the itchiness brought up a flashback, reviving more of my memories. This time, it was that concrete room with the iron bars, the place where I had seen the old man's corpse, and the other man whose eyes were hideously sewn together.
Sis, what are you doing spacing out like that? Over here, over here!
Kamashiro was already standing a fair distance away, calling out to me. Oh, sorry. I jogged over to where Kamashiro was standing. He had stopped at the very end of the first floor hallway. There was nothing in front of him but walls.
It should probably be around here.
What should be here?
Ah! It's this!
Raising his voice, he pointed toward a small opening in the wall.
I borrowed this from one of the security guards outside, but...
While speaking, Kamashiro pulled out a long, rod-like object from his pocket, which almost looked like some sort of key. As he inserted that key into the wall, a clink could be heard coming from the grip of his small hand.
Jackpot! I was thinking it could have been this. I investigated like crazy all over this place, but there weren't any other suspicious areas.
Sounding very proud of himself, Kamashiro turned the key. Accompanied by the sound of rumbling, the walls slid open like an automated door. Past that entrance was simply a straight, long, and narrow passageway. An imposing double door could be seen standing at its end. What is this place?
I said it earlier, didn't I? This is where Izuru Kamakura is hidden.
Let them cook? Kamashiro sounded incredibly excited. Matsuda's here too?
He could be here already, or he could be on his way. Either way, Yatsuki Madara will definitely show up.
Kamashiro then stepped foot into the passageway, and I followed suit. Our steps rang out in the cool, dim passageway as we walked straight toward the back. My lips were getting dry, and I was overcome by the constant need to lick them. When we finally reached the end, we stopped for a moment without saying anything, and without is capitalized for some strange reason. Kamashiro put his hand on the door. Imitating his process, I did the same, and saw that he was taking a deep breath. It seemed that even he was a bit nervous. We then pushed, both exerting pressure at the same time, and the doors opened with an exaggerated groan. Past the doors lay about 15 square meters of nothingness. With the ceiling and walls all completely bare, it was truly a dreary and lifeless room.
Sis, over there.
Kamashiro was pointing toward the corner of the room. There stood a simple elevator!
Oh my god, this...
Oh.
No,
Oh, they're cooking.
Is this...
I don't think so. But I think you're meant to make that connection.
Yeah.
It's time for the trial, basically.
Oh my god, where revelations come up when feelings are involved,
and
only the truth can leave.
They're hella cooking. That's actually badass as fuck.
We're not actually gonna get a fucking trial with a Monokuma on a fucking chair, is it? Involving Ryuko Matsuda, like...
Could you imagine? That would be crazy.
That would be hype.
Yeah, the last thing that Junko needed to test, right?
Yep, that makes sense.
If that actually happens, I'm done. I'm out of here. There stood a simple elevator like one might see in a factory of some sort.
That must be it.
Immediately after he spoke, Kamashiro ran energetically toward the elevator. While I stood there in hesitation, he manually pulled its doors open and shouted out.
Come on, hurry up. You want to meet Yatsuki Matsuda, don't you?
Matsuda? Those words pumped me up. That's right. The only reason I came to this dangerous place was for Matsuda. I'm sure everything will get resolved if I can meet Matsuda. This nightmare, my brain, everything will be exceptionally resolved into a happy ending waiting for me. That's why I have to go. Determined, I ran...
you sweet summer child.
Determined, I ran straight toward the elevator and jumped in without losing momentum. Almost immediately, my legs began to shake, and I regretted getting on.
I'm positive this elevator was made for the sole purpose to hide Kamakura. Man, they were really exceptionally careful. Here we go.
Oh, God. We are totally about to enter the final showdown room, though. 100%. Like, that's absolutely
of course.
what
Just look at the percentile.
Oh, Yeah, that's what's crazy. This is the second chapter. We still have 5 more chapters, but in terms of actual percentage,
We
we're
have 5 chapters?
after this one.
Well, I guess we need some POV changes,
So
I guess.
some of these are going to be short.
You
sure.
still think we're going to actually cover Kyoko and Mukuro? I kind of thought they were just gone at this point.
I think we have to see Kyoko one more time.
Probably, honestly, at the end.
Honestly, she might be the last perspective of the story, potentially.
Yeah, that's
like
what I'm
like
thinking.
final epilogue thing. Like
Yeah.
like she still has her suspicions. Things are getting worse. That type of thing.
Yeah.
Sounding amazed, he picked up the wired control unit and rested his hand on it. There were only 2 floors to pick from on the device. 1 and B. Interesting. There's 2 options. Without hesitation, Kamishiro pressed B.
Yeah, because the floor they're on would be one of them.
Basement. Ground floor, basement. That's what it is. First floor, basement. Yep. Without, a ridiculously loud sound could be heard from the motor, and the floor began to quake heavily. As I continued to tremble with unease, the elevator began to steadily descend. Yep, it's going down. Just like it.
Exciting, isn't it?
Immediately, Kamishiro raised his voice into a cheer. It looks
Yeah, that's not the... No, I know there's like shit about to go down, but my biggest fear would be this thing getting stuck.
Honestly, it looks like you are really enjoying this. Aren't you afraid?
An abandoned fucking building that no one enters. I am not going within like a fucking 10 feet of an elevator.
That's fair. Aren't you afraid?
Of course I'm afraid.
Yikes.
To be honest, I'm actually terrified, to the point where I want to run away. Man, it's the first time I've ever felt like this. I can't believe someone like me is getting scared over this. But that's why this is so fun. It's despair. Feeling a bit of your own contradiction here, are we? After all, even if I overcame this fear, I'll develop even further as a spy. That's why I won't run. For the sake of powering up as a spy, I won't run away!
Then
Just then, a simple... Oh.
Then it's not despair, it's hope. At least for now. Just then, a simple thought floated into my head. Hey, Kamishiro, why are you...
Why am I so persistent about my talent? That's a silly question, big sis.
He anticipated my question and responded matter-of-factly.
It's the same thing as asking a swimmer, why are you still swimming if it hurts so much? It's only natural to be so fixated on it. After all, that's all I have.
That's kind of what I was talking about! That, like, it's almost like you're a prisoner to your own talent. That's crazy.
Because, yeah, no one never notices him.
Yeah, well, his case, but I think it's more of it's a generalization that you can make for a lot of them. Like, he even makes the comp, ironically, to a swimmer, and of course that's ironic because we have a direct comparison in Danganronpa. So I feel like that was a very intentional choice. Yeah, anyways, while talking, Kamishiro raised his hands up as far as he could.
Oh, big sis, you should stretch out your body as well to prepare for the unexpected, you know? Come on, puff out that chest!
I'll pass.
I thought you'd say that.
After flashing an innocent smile, he returned to that serious look of his.
If you take away my actions as a spy, I'd have nothing left. An extremely unnoticeable child. That's all I'd be. But I do have a talent, and because we have talents, we can't choose how we live our lives. The moment we were given them, we already started living in our set scenario. What a one-sided way to live, huh?
Jesus Christ.
Oof.
Like, I know I've been saying this the whole, this was my point, but, like, for him to just, like, outright talk about himself and his life like that is crazy. Because you have a talent, you're assigned a predestined fate to struggle with? I guess calling that a one-sided way to live is accurate enough.
But that makes it so curious. It goes into more the perspective of the, the people with talents and how many shared this idea. But 2, it goes into the idea of, well, what about the people that have multiple talents?
I mean, even beyond that, it's just kind of like, it's kind of this like defeatist like mindset of like, you know, the strong have to act a certain way and the weak, like
It's
like
the expectation set
yeah,
on you.
yes, exactly. It's like the expectation therefore makes it a reality, when in reality you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? But it's like it's almost like brainwashing's not
And it
the
is
right
kind
word,
of a shame
but it's
that
like
the
peer
guy who
pressure.
was working towards that died so early in Danganronpa.
Yes, which is ironic. I'm sure Junko was pleased with that. But it's like societal peer pressure is how I would describe it.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anyways,
is it me?
yeah, I'm pretty sure. This big paragraph.
But we actually desire that one-sided lifestyle ourselves.
Yep.
That's why we come to Hope Speak Academy. To
Yep.
continue to struggle with talents that we're proud of. You're the same, along with the rest of the students in this school, right, Big Sis? That's why we have to keep pushing forward, no matter how scared we are. It's not some cheap mantra like, believe in yourself, or believe in the heart of the cards. It's our duty. If we ran away, that'd be like rejecting our very existence. That's why we have to continue to struggle.
What I love about like everything Kamishiro is showing is he's showing, and I think like it's very like poetic, is he's showing the fact that he holds a great deal of both hope and despair in his heart.
He's perfectly balanced.
And that's like the thing, right? Because this whole like concept of hope and despair is fucking stupid. And like the fact that he's like
Well, that's a little insulting.
it's that thing, like that's the thing, right? Like that's why Junko's so brilliant, because this whole thing is just like it's all a bunch of buzzwords. But like, because Hope's Peak has turned hope into such a buzzword that's become symbolic, Junko did the same thing with despair, and did so by tearing down Hope's Peak. But it's like, at its core, they're just words.
Yep.
But they have this meaning because we give them meaning. Anyways.
Oh, I actually wonder if we are doing a trial, I wonder if Junko Enoshima will be in it.
I hope so.
just to give that girl that's totally not Mukuro just one shot of finally being in a trial.
Honestly, at the core of my being, I continued to doubt myself, and so I couldn't understand Kamashiro's feelings at all. I wasn't like everyone else here. After all, if I was scared, I could just run away. It doesn't have anything to do with me.
Oh, but I'm just as scared, you know?
Not just scared.
Oh, I'm not just scared, you know?
Kamashiro appeared to be justifying himself.
I'm a little turned on right now. Well, it's true that I'm scared, but I'm just as excited.
I hate how much that works
However,
with what you said.
Izuru Kamakura, Junko Enoshima, the elites of the student council. Why? Yakase Matsuda and the steering committee.
Yeah, that Matsuda you're not too bad with, but Yasuke just gets you every time.
Yasuke.
Yeah, just the U. If you just think of the U as
The
silent.
U. Yeah. The
'Cause, like,
U does not need to be there, damn it.
Because, I mean, you could say Yasuke, but Yasuke is a more proper pronunciation.
Yasuke. Nice. I like it.
That's how a lot of people would, like, say it when they look at it, but Yasuke is how you'd say it, like, an actual, in, like, native Japanese.
There's a chance to resolve the chaos that entwines all of them. I'm sure if I'm able to solve everything, my name would be carved into the history of Hope Speak Academy. The legendary spy who rescued the ultimate hope. Yuto Kamashiro!
Rescue? I responded without thinking. Even though I'd been listening all this time without a word, Kamashiro's phrasing caught my attention. What do you mean by rescue? I mean, Izuru Kamakura is the culprit of the tragedy of Hope's Peak, right?
The point is, Izuru Kamakura is a victim in all of this too. That's what I mean, you know?
Suddenly a bizarre feeling washed over me, and it felt as though everything went silent.
The steering committee members decided not to let anyone discover the horrifying truth. That's the reasoning behind them only hiding Izuru Kamakura. If I managed to uncover the real truth and chase down the true culprit, wouldn't that be the level of accomplishment that gets included in the Hope Speak Academy's history?
Suddenly his eyes began to sparkle.
I don't really want appreciation from the school or anything, but just think about it. The image of the headmaster kneeling with tears streaming down his eyes, thanking me?
Okay then. As he smiled, Kamishiro began spinning around. His
Damn,
level
you
of
really want Jin down on his knees. You okay, bro?
Bro does like people on their knees, I think, just as a general.
That's the wrong Kirigiri.
Fair. As he smiled, Kamishiro began spinning around. His level of excitement was like that of a dog when its master comes home.
Actually, I already imagined the whole thing. Hope Speak Academy savior, the ultimate spy, Yuto Kamishiro, or something like that. Now that would stand out! Oh. That would stand out like crazy. It stands out to the point where it would completely blow away my lack of presence.
So it's kind of that thing too, where he's like, there's like an extra layer to like with his like insecurities. He's like also a slave to his talent, because while his talent is built on his lack of presence, he's also
he hates it.
He hates it more than anything, and like so he wants to use his talent, which exists because of his lack of presence, to escape his lack of presence, therefore escaping his own talent.
Yep.
Oh, God, that's good writing. At that point, I felt like I finally caught a glimpse of his true feelings. There you go. And Ryuko is smart, so she gets it. I'm sure Kamishiro believed in his talent, and at the same time, he detested it. Yep, let her cook. It was a distorted way of thinking, but he most likely wasn't the only one. This is Ryuko talking, right? Anyone who was assigned a talent would probably fall toward that feeling in one way
Part
or
of
another.
her, anyway.
And then, right after that, it happened. Clang! Along with the echoing sound came heavy shaking, and the sounds of the motor finally ceased. It seemed that the elevator had finally reached its destination.
It looks like we're here.
Finally ceasing his ridiculous dancing as the elevator halted, Kamishiro spoke in a quiet voice. As he approached the elevator door, he said something to himself.
Now I wonder if the masterminds are already here.
Hold on. I set a hand on the door Kamishiro was heading toward.
Huh? What's wrong? You want to kiss before the decisive battle begins?
No, it's not that. I had a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. Yeah?
Kiss, please.
But nevertheless, I asked him. I had to ask him. What do you mean by mastermind? Kamashiro's eyebrows twitched.
Shit.
He didn't say mastermind, actually. For one. Ryuko.
Masterminds.
That's what he said, yep.
Oh no, when you said that I thought there was like a spelling error or something.
Oh, no. He said mastermind. But yeah.
That was careless of me. I was planning to reveal everything about the accomplices once I actually captured everyone.
He then licked his lips with a bitter smile. Accomplice? Maybe he was referring to that girl. Actually, she's the only person I could think of that might fit the category. You're talking about Mukuro Ikusaba, right?
Huh? She's suspicious?
Unexpectedly, Kamishiro appeared to be surprised.
Oh, fuck. I'm not even close to the end of this. Shit!
That's great. He had no idea about
And
her.
now he's gonna start shitting himself because he isn't even close to the ending. Whoa, I didn't even know that. Then that means there's two accomplices, huh? Well. This is just one big happy family. Oh, you didn't know the half of it.
I swear to God, if there's a third one with a different fucking last name, I swear to Jesus.
This family is fucked.
I don't like that he said that. I don't like that because it's Dangan. You know, this is Danganronpa, and they're trolling. So I don't like that comment, especially
Might
after.
as well just add Izuru in there as well.
Oh my god!
Why not? If there's a third, there
I
might as well
swear,
be a fourth.
I swear, if Matsuda and if this shit's incest, I swear to God.
Matsuda and Enoshima love each other, but Mukuro loves Junko. Izuru loves Matsuda? So then they will get together to hate fuck over they can't get their partners because their partners love each other? And then four-way?
Well, please stop. Please stop. Peak, but also please stop.
Too much peak for your little peon, non-ultimate brain.
This time it was my turn to be surprised. Wait, if you didn't mean Mukuro Ikusaba, then...
Of course I'm talking about Yatsuki Matsuda.
At that moment, I was hit with a shockwave so powerful that the word shockwave itself couldn't begin to describe it. My heart began beating as fast as it could, its agonizing screams reverberating all throughout my body. A cold shiver ran up my back, numbing my spine and taking my breath away.
Well, I should probably go ahead and tell you this now then, but Izuru Kamakura isn't someone who could needlessly be called the culprit in the first place. Not necessarily.
Yeah.
He was just some poor fellow who got wrapped up in all this chaos. The real person who set all this up was Junko Enoshima. Aha.
Well, from what we've seen, my understanding, because we got to see when we were in the cult, whatever the fuck that was, we got to see seemingly what happened, right? And like that whole like killing game, quote unquote. And I think what the sense to be made out of this is Izuru won. Like that seems to be what make like right because we're trying to say that Junko was the mastermind. Like that's what we're trying to say is that everything was set up, but like technically who was the killer? Like if we're saying that Izuru was the killer but also the victim, that fits.
Yeah.
Because, somebody had to actually commit the murders, or at least be the last one standing. The fact that obviously Murasame also survived barely was its own thing, but he didn't survive much longer.
They never do.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Keep going.
Basically, she wasn't just the first person who discovered the scene, but the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. I'm not entirely sure why the paragraph was cut here. That's one who's been secretly working as her assistant is none other than Yatsuki Matsuda. Wonder how he feels. A guy playing secretly like that. Secretary like that.
Yeah. Kamoshiro's starting point for this part of his resolution phase was so unexpected that all I could do was stand there and listen.
I'm gonna come in and it's just gonna be like...
I just want to make sure... Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna open those doors and it's just like Matsuda and Junko viciously making out.
That would be crazy.
Like... just viciously like making out so bad that it's like there's almost no clothing left separating their skin.
Well, it's funny you say that because there is the possibility we haven't talked about this much, but there is the possibility that Matsuda's been completely like. Now, obviously, the one thing that probably makes this unlikely is the whole hiding bodies thing that Matsuda was doing, but. For the sake, like, if it's all for the sake of despair and to go all the way, there is a chance that Matsuda's actually been lockstep with Junko this entire time.
Been what?
Lockstep with Junko. Like, he has been completely on Junko's side the entire time.
Yeah, that is
a possibility.
I mean, we know he's protecting Junko and Enoshima.
But he's been playing this role with Ryuko, and it's all leading to this moment, and like there's a world where they plan this out together. This whole thing. Like the whole if we think Ryuko's Junko.
So he planned the tragedy out with her.
There's a world that, like I said, like he's full-blown despair because we've talked about how much of a simp he is, and he's did this whole thing, and what we've been seeing is his doubts, like the part of him like, I could pull her out. Like he keeps thinking like
he's trying to save
we could
her.
not do it. Like he's having second thoughts, but like
he got cold feet.
But he still goes through with everything in the end. Like that could be the thing too.
But then he got cold feet once Junko was starting to get a little suspicious.
Like, yeah, like there's a chance that he was in on this all the way. Now there's a chance
that might have been like his plan from the beginning. It was like, okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna do this with
could
Junko,
have been
but
betraying Junko,
if we are getting like too close to being discovered, I'm just gonna memory wipe us all.
That's also
like, well, nothing happened.
That also is possible too. There's like a lot of nuance to the Matsuda thing. Like it's almost a guarantee that he fucked Ryuko's head. But there's a lot of little nuances in exactly what his motivations are and exactly what's going on with him. And they can go different directions with that.
Yep.
Which is interesting. Anyways.
I'm pretty sure those two are the ones who are aware of their relationship. Well, the school doesn't know know about it at least.
The relationship
Otherwise,
between Matsuda and Enoshima, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, that's quite a relationship. Otherwise, they wouldn't have requested help from Matsuda in the first place. Or maybe that was the reason. Anyway. I could see that, actually. I could be like... It's very silly. But, like, given, you know, like... Jin let her in anyway, I could see it, like, they actually kind of, like, ordered Matsuda to, like, erase Junko's memories because they didn't want to give up a valuable asset to the school.
That's
or it's
possible.
like, you know, they're trying to cover it, so it's like, if Junko is discovered publicly, then one of their students, like, committed this a tragedy and that looks bad on the school, and it's like their first kind of penalty on Hope's Peak's records. They're like, erase her mind, erase everything. We care about this school that much that we will legit just not let this come to light at all.
Well, that feels almost like what they did with Kamakura, but just on like a lesser scale, because like obviously like Enoshima would be seen as being really important, but like Kamakura isn't even, you know, to Hope's Peak would be seen as something even more important. So they kind of did, I feel like, almost that with the cover-up with Kamakura anyways, so... I don't think that's what you're describing is what happened, but it's definitely not beneath Hope's Peak by any stretch.
There is no limit.
Oh, honestly. I mean,
anyway,
the way they describe the Kamakura thing, they literally, like, fucked his, like, entire being up. Like, I don't even know. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, go ahead.
Or maybe that was the reason. Anyway, as a result, Enoshima was able to successfully avoid investigation from the school.
I became a brainless mannequin that couldn't even perform the simplest of responses. By the way, who is this Yasuke Matsuda he's been talking about? What Yasuke Matsuda would that be? It's like, it can't be mine!
Could there really be two people in this school with the exact same name?
That's more believable than accepting this as truth in her mind.
Literally, that could be, because there's 8 people in this school who are almost exactly the same.
Fucking hell. Anyways.
But cooperating with them wasn't the only thing Yasuke Matsuda did. Like I said before, about how the disappearance of the steering committee members was the work of Enoshima, it appears that Matsuda was involved with the case as well. Man, they really are a great combination.
I had no idea what he was talking about. In fact, I reject... Yeah, this is gonna suck for
Oh, you
Ryuko
know
to
what
hear.
he means.
In
You
fact,
know what he means.
I rejected comprehension of his words with all my might. By hearing things that I didn't want to, my head would begin to hurt. My chest would suffer. I'd feel like throwing up.
It's okay, you're actually gonna love this when the revelation comes.
No.
Also, the decisive evidence that ties them together. I've seen it. Well, it was because I witnessed that evidence that I was able to get this far along toward the truth. But...
I don't want to hear anymore, but as if stabbing me, he continued talking.
Junko Enoshima. And Yatsuki Matsuda's passionate kiss.
Junko
What the fuck?
Junko Enoshima and Yasuke Matsuda's passionate kiss. What is that? Really? What is that? What is that?
You could
Really? What is that?
She's gonna snap and just strangle you to death. You keep talking like this.
That's a possibility, honestly. Really? What is that?
You know
What
how
is that?
yanderis are when you imply their obsession is with someone else?
Really? What is that? What is that? Really? What is that? Oh, really? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Really? What is that? What is that? What the heck is that? I heard the sound of something crashing down. It was my nerves.
Ryoko,
falling like dominoes.
Mid.
Damn. It was my nerves falling like dominoes in a chain reaction. The dominoes with the words Yasuke Matsuda, Junko Enoshima, and passionate kiss written on them all came crashing down like an avalanche. Everything was arranged. Everything was arranged by Junko Enoshima. Our relationship with Matsuda, all my feelings towards Matsuda were arranged by her. Matsuda. Betrayed. That word played in the back of my mind. Betrayed, fooled, used, manipulated. That was the truth. The truth of this incident. Yasuke Matsuda, Junko Enoshima, passionate kiss. They clattered as they were colliding with one another on their way to the ground. At the same time, the elevator door was clattering as Kamishiro pried it open.
You missed the Matsuda when you were going on, but that's fine.
Matsuda.
This would have been fun. This would have been fun to see animated.
Oh.
Come on, big sis. For the time being, let's get out of here. We'll talk about the rest once everyone's together. Come on, hurry up, hurry up!
Still in a daze, I was pushed out of the elevator by Kamishiro. As I staggered out clumsily, I found myself in a massively tall circular chamber, almost like a miniature theater.
Hey, this place is pretty nice.
Kamishiro's voice coming from behind me echoed through the hall.
Yep, this could actually be a fitting stage for my revolution phase to take place in.
It certainly looked like a stage developed with some greater use in mind, but there was nothing there. Nothing that would give the impression of anyone currently using it. Interior design was kept to a minimum, with wallpaper and carpeting, and the only pieces of furniture were a bed and a chest of drawers, as well as a toilet in the corner. Either a wide, extravagant prison or a low-budget play setting. That was the impression it gave. What drew my attention more, however, was the fact that no one was here. Junko Enoshima, Mukuro Ikusaba, Matsuda, even Izuru Kamakura, who was supposed to be hidden here. None of them could be seen. It was peculiar. Instead of any of the important individuals Kamishiro just spoke of, only the outsiders Yudo Kamishiro and Ryoko Otanashi were standing there. But I wondered if that was really so. Maybe I'd been making a huge misunderstanding. All this time, I thought that I hadn't met Izuru Kamakura even once. But I couldn't help but wonder if that really was the case. Maybe he'd been watching over me all this time. Maybe the person I'd been looking for was watching over me all this time. Could it be that Izuru Kamakura's true identity was Yudo Kamishiro? I immediately turned around, but Kamishiro wasn't there. The moment I thought that, my vision perceived Kamashiro's appearance. He was crouching at my feet. No, more like kneeling down on the ground. But even so, our eyes met. I instantly jumped back. Nothing but shock toward such an illogical display. Sheer horror at such an incoherent sight. The pressure in my skull grew, increasing to a point where it wouldn't have been surprising if my nose began to bleed, and my nerves began trembling to the point where they couldn't connect to form a single thought. Kamishiro, despite kneeling on the ground, was looking not at the floor, but at the ceiling. That's impossible. To turn one's head all the way toward their back, that's impossible for a living human. And that's exactly what it was. Out of nowhere, He was no longer one of the living.
What the fuck just happened?
Kamishiro, it sounded like he got his neck snapped.
But... okay.
So either someone just cooked, or Ryoko did this and didn't even realize she did it.
I guess he's... I guess he's not getting that ass.
Well, that's definitely not Izuru Kamakura then.
I guess so.
Holy shit. That's crazy, though. That's crazy, actually.
He
man.
just fucking... Man, your revolution is, denied.
Fuck you. Alright, well, he's no longer part of this climax, apparently.
I mean, crushing dreams is what this series is all about.
Yeah. I'm sure he died with despair in his mouth. Kamishiro, with his head turned 180 degrees back and glaring at the ceiling, was completely stiff. The only part of him that seemed to be living was the red stream of blood dribbling out from his mouth. He would show no response to anyone's voice or to any sounds. This was too much for me. It was too much, to the point where my conscience couldn't fully comprehend the scene of someone dying in
I
front
wonder
of
if
me.
fucking Matsuda did that.
It's either, I mean, honestly, anyone's on the it literally could be any of the players. It could be Matsuda, it could be Mukuro, it could be Kamakura.
Yeah.
It could be Ryoko herself and she doesn't even realize she did it. Like,
And
who fucking knows?
Yeah, but whatever, they've left Ryoko for the time being.
It was too much, to the point where my conscience couldn't fully comprehend the scene of someone dying in front of me. In that moment, my reactions were all delayed. If they weren't, I would have already run away from here. After all, the first thing to come to mind would be the fact that the person who did this to Kamishiro must be very close by. But I was too slow.
Okay. Poor kid.
This doesn't sound like... Based on that doesn't sound like Junko.
Nah, definitely
Could
not
be
Junko.
Mukuro. But I lean...
Yeah, it's very flat.
It could be Mukuro, could be Matsuda, could be Kamakura. I think
Let's
it's
see.
one of those three. A figure,
Well, he fucking died either way. Holy shit.
a figure appeared next to the elevator. It was a slim, fair-skinned man wearing a dirty shirt and pants that were of the Hope's Peak Academy uniform.
Ooh.
Do we...
If only he didn't meddle in Junko Enoshima's affairs, then maybe he wouldn't have met such a brutal end.
So we're going Izuru then?
I'm assuming so.
So it's, I mean, yeah, it's gotta be then. As he said those
Well,
words...
we were wondering what would happen to him. Fucking rip.
Well, so much for fucking Kamishiro, though. That's so funny. All right. As he said those words with his face hung down, not one single emotion could be felt. Who are you? As I asked, trembling, he lifted his face as if he only just noticed me.
Are you talking to me?
He looked exhausted. The face of someone who lost everything. The face of
I'm
someone...
imagining Aizawa in my mind.
The face of someone who had lost all his thoughts, all his senses, and all his emotions.
You don't remember me?
Interesting. The man's response came in a cold tone of voice. He paused for a moment before continuing even more coldly.
Is this him?
Yeah, it's the guy.
Why don't you remember?
Why? I don't remember. Well, I easily forget things. Stricken by fear and confusion, I was in complete panic. Hold on a minute, please. Flustered, I dropped my eyes towards Ryoko Tanashi's memory notebook, and at that moment, I was hit by that wave of itchiness. The itchiness soon turned into pain, but it was a pain that brought fever, feeling like a blaring alarm, the frictional heat emitted from the conflict of the Ryoko Tanashi who remembers and the Ryoko Tanashi who forgets. That was the cause of the pain. Does Izuru Kamakura ring any bells?
Eh?
Hearing the words of the man's unexpected murmuring, the pain went away all at once. Is that true? The man right in front of me was Izuru Kamakura, the result of Hope's Peak Academy's collaborative effort, Hope's Peak Academy's symbol, the man known as the Ultimate Hope. Then why? He looked at me with eyes full of sadness, as if he were begging me to rescue him from a bottomless swamp. Why was he looking at me with such sad eyes? I didn't know. I couldn't know. But those eerie eyes caused me to avert my gaze by impulse. Without thinking, my eyes met those of Kamashiro's corpse, which seemed to be searching for salvation. In a panic, I averted my eyes once again.
Why was he looking at me with such sad eyes? No. No, that's not it.
We're a couple sentences down.
It would have been better if he didn't find out.
Possibly following my gaze, he muttered as he looked down on Kamashiro.
If he didn't get involved, it wouldn't have ended this way.
The words seemed to be aimed at me as well, and I immediately felt as if my life were in danger.
But you're different.
Huh?
Everything I've done so far, you have a need to know.
A need to know, huh? Why me? Before I could ask, he let out a heavy sigh.
Besides, I also need more time to think. So I'm going to take a bit more. I'm going to talk a bit more before making my decision.
He mumbled to himself, as if reciting from a script. Scared of his current state, I began trying to look around the room without being noticed. Unfortunately, other than a ventilation duct, there didn't seem to be any place I could escape to. The only exit was the elevator, in front of which Izuru Kamakura was standing, blocking the entrance.
Well, I guess I should start with Junko Enoshima's goals.
Scratching his head while speaking, he didn't seem to bother meeting my eyes. It's interesting because, it's hard to get a read on this guy.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, he kind of sounds dead inside. That's what it comes down to.
I mean, he's lived a horrible life, most likely, so, yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, killed a bunch of people. And probably didn't want to. And, yeah, Junko trying to break him down. Potentially succeeding. It's one of those weird things, though, where, in theory, Hope's Peak kind of already broke him down.
Yep.
All Junko has to do is just give him a little push. Scratching his head while speaking, he didn't seem to bother meeting my eyes. Rather, he seemed to be avoiding them.
The tragedy of Hope's Peak doesn't really mean much to Junko Enoshima in the first place.
Yeah. With just those words, my attention was fully drawn. The tragedy doesn't mean much?
She just wanted to stir up the pent-up emotions of the reserve course. She's got the ultimate hope involved in the whole thing for that sole reason. And then incited them all. No, it wasn't something simple like incitement. It was brainwashing.
Brainwashing? Also speaking about himself in the third person?
Based?
Pain, along with violent inching, brought up that scene in my mind.
Junko's done that a lot in this as well.
The monitor's visuals I had seen beyond the Monokuma's heads in the underground facility. Crushing heads, cut up faces, agonizing screams, the mutual killings, red lumps of flesh.
She used me and the student council as sacrifices solely for that purpose. For those in the reserve course who were just treated as leftovers, she threw the school-proud elites into a game of mutual killing. It truly was a tragedy, wasn't it?
So one of her biggest goals in all of this was just to piss off the reserve course to kind of brainwash them, which is interesting. Mutual killing? While bearing the tight coil of tension that wrapped around my chest and took my breath away, I squeezed the question out of myself. Mutual killing? What exactly do you mean?
To start, the tragedy of Hope's Peak wasn't simply mass murder.
Yep.
It was a mutual killing game, instigated by Junko Enoshima.
Yep, and that confirms it.
Spoilers for Danganronpa 1. Junko was the mastermind.
So even the killing of the killing of the student council was literally her test run. Again, we're talking about the test runs. That was literally a test run for the killing school life.
Pretty much.
Obviously, this seems like it was more of just a straight up battle royal of just like fucking kill each other. But still, instigated by Junko Enoshima, mutual
There are
killing.
test phases, naturally.
Huh? Killing each other? Yeah, I guess it makes sense, though, because this was designed just to help brainwash them, whereas... Dude, that's crazy! She showed the footage to the fucking reserve course. Just like in DR1, she showed the footage to the world!
Of course.
Everything's a test. This is stupid. So good.
But this is Junko.
It's so good. Anyways, mutual instigated by Junko Enoshima, mutual killing, killing each other.
Enoshima used the old school building due to it being closed off, locked the student council and the ultimate hope inside, and caused them to kill each other utilizing various tricks. Yep. Scattering weapons, threatening to kill everyone if a murder didn't occur, murdering in plain sight to demonstrate, and so on. She was trying to make them doubt each other.
Yep.
To kill each other. It was almost as though she just wanted to experiment.
Yep.
She is truly messed up.
Well, it was probably too faceted because it was also part of, giving Izuru that push as well.
You bitches are just the experiment run.
Kamakura was talking as if it were someone else's affairs. Trapped between fear and confusion, all I could do was stand there and listen.
And then we ended up killing each other. There was no hope of living. Enoshima had the reserve course watch the school's prize student council and the ultimate hope kill each other in gruesome ways. Killing and staining one another with despair. All of it presented in a vivid display.
He paused and took a long, slow breath. Soon after, his emotionless voice once again echoed across the room.
I'm sure she planned everything to have Izuru Kamakura survive at the end. It was the worst outcome for those in the reserve course, to see the ultimate hope they loathed kill everyone else's hope and survive. It must have been an especially dreadful sight. Not only that, but it was likely that Junko Enoshima planned for the school to hide this sin. That's why the reserve course grew to not only despise the ultimate hope, but the entire school. Almost like she made a devised super sound strategy
it's almost
and
like
plan in mind,
it's
because
like,
she's a bit of an analyst herself.
It's almost like she cooked so hard that she could only do this if she was born to do this. In the end,
honestly,
everything went completely as Junko Enoshima had planned. Everything followed her scenario perfectly. But what reason? What reason did she have to brainwash the reserve course? That must have been to destroy Hope's Peak Academy as well.
Not only that.
Kamakura then finally looked at me. From the small opening in his long, pitch-black hair, he stared at me.
Her goal is much more horrific.
Horrific?
To her, brainwashing the reserve course was merely planting the seeds. The tragedy of Hope's Peak, that's all it was to her. Planting the seeds.
Mwah! Kamakura mercilessly hurled his words toward me.
I was controlled only for that purpose, and then tossed aside. I was too late in realizing it. No, I was just desperately trying not to realize it. I didn't want to believe that she was so obsessed with despair. And that's the truth. The despair-filled truth that I'm involved with this incident.
Hey, what do you and Junko Enoshima have to do with each...
What do I have to do with her?
His words were suddenly filled with intense emotion, if only for a moment.
What does all of this mean to you? Are you going to go with your cliché, it has nothing to do with me? If it has nothing to do with you, then why are you remembering it? If it really has nothing to do with you, then it'd be best if the memory of it was lost forever.
Eh? Why does Kamakura know that expression? And how did he know about me remembering? I was right. Oh, no, this is still Kamakura.
I was right, wasn't I? About you remembering? That's why you can't remember me right now, isn't it? You remember that I wasn't actually important to you. And so, you can't actually remember me. Oh, fuck.
That's such a good line.
You're such a bitch.
Huh? Then an impossible thought floated into my head. I had to ask it in order to deny the thought. Who are you? You're not Izuru Kamakura. Of course I'm not, you imbecile. His words were spat like venom. I'm Yasuke Matsuda.
Well, damn, you'd have to take over there.
I do Matsuda, though. Oh, it's so good. That's so good. So again, to go into this line, right? So, I was right about you remembering. That's why you can't remember me right now. You remembered that I wasn't actually important to you, and so you can't actually remember me. Because every time she sees Matsuda, her heart, like, goes crazy, and she's like, oh, Matsuda! But she didn't it never even crossed her mind that this was Matsuda, because she knows that when she sees Matsuda, she gets all doki doki. And so because it didn't happen, she didn't even consider it.
Fuck.
That's crazy. That was a really cool. There was a hint at the beginning. They mentioned that he had like a dirty shirt, and they've talked about in the past that like
I noticed that, but it's like, well, this guy's fucked. Of course he'd have a dirty shirt as well.
But that was a little like, hey, this is actually Matsuda kind of little thing there. And then the whole third person thing, in reference to the Ultimate Hope, was also a little tease there. But that's wild.
So why has her heart stopped why has she stopped simping for Matsuda?
According to him, it's because she's remembering.
And she remembers that he's no longer important to her.
So this might be going in the direction that Junko doesn't love Matsuda, after all. We'll have to see.
God, is the machine that powerful? Can he implant feelings in people too?
Who knows? I mean, it might be more of a thing that this might have just been a side effect. Who knows? Of like, oh, you're my everything. Because it's like, that's actually common. Like, it's kind of like a form of Stockholm syndrome. Like when people like get amnesia or like get really sick, oftentimes the person that cares for them, they fall in love with them. It's actually a pretty common phenomenon. Fair. So that it could just be that. It could be as simple as that. Or we'll see. But yeah, that chapter was eventful. Holy shit, Kamashiro's already dead. I mean, we're 91% through, but
just
still.
up and fucking snapped him at 1, 2, 3.
I mean, we still don't know for sure if it was Matsuda, but that's the most likely situation.
Oh, I don't doubt it was Matsuda. Not the first one he'd killed this week.
Either way, like, dude, Matsuda's so, like, depressed, man. Dude, that hits so hard. You're such a bitch. That's crazy. Like, we know that he's like a tsundere and he like shits on her, but like that felt was not different.
Tsundere.
That was
he's not tsundere.
With his entire soul.
He actually hates me.
That's what's crazy, because he's still like, it's both. Like, he legitimately loves and hates her. It's pretty clear at this point. And oh man, it's looking we keep getting closer. It's looking more and more likely like the thing is going to happen. But we're not there yet.
Do the thing.
It hasn't happened yet. Still no sign. So still no Izuru. They fucking cock-teased us.
Perhaps we won't get him at all.
No Izuru yet, and no Despair Sisters yet.
Well. Sure. It's hard to think like that. Well, will we ever see Junko and Mukuro in the same place together?
I hope.
Probably not.
But yeah, anything else you want to say about Volume 2, Chapter 12?
Rip the pervert.
Damn, bro. It's the fact that it was so sudden.
in a way, I was kind of hoping he'd get that action because I understand wanting that action from Junko. But it just wasn't meant to be in the end.
I love how we're just like full blown, just like, yeah, it's gotta be, right?
It's gotta
We're
be.
all in. We're all in. If we look like idiots, well, fuck this story.
We have 9% left to go.
It's gotta be.
We're at the last home stretch.
All right, you ready for chapter 13?
Oh, yeah.
In the end, you didn't remember. You remembered other things, just not me. Damn it, this is cruel. For you to believe me so easily when I said I was Kamakura. This really is just cruel. Does my existence truly mean nothing to you? Huh? What? I didn't know what to say. An intense chill assaulted my spine, and my teeth began to rattle like a drum. Are you really Matsuda? The real Izuru Kamakura was moved from here a long time ago. Are we actually not getting Kamakura?
That almost just cements it that yeah, we are not getting Kamakura just yet.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
What a cuck.
That means you and I are the only ones left. Almost as if someone planned this all out. The impossible string of thought that had floated. Oh, you know that Matsuda was said that with like just so much stank in it. Like, oh
yeah.
I hate everything. The impossible string of thought that had floated up into my head took the form of a concrete truth. I desperately opened up Ryoko Tanashi's memory notebook and flipped through the pages in a frenzy, searching for anything that would deny this impossible truth. Then, after a while, my hand stopped. In the notebook were an amazing number of portraits detailing Matsuda. Looking up and confirming the individual in front of me one more time, and I love that having a narrative significance here in the climax. That's great. The scattered puzzle pieces in my mind were immediately placed back together. But why? How come I'm not? The heartbeat in my chest, the rise of emotions. I know. You're not feeling anything. Ironically, those words are what proved to me that he was Matsuda. After all, the only other person who knew my method in recognizing Matsuda was Matsuda himself. It's because you're beginning to remember things again. Because you've started to regain your memory. You've stopped thinking about me. Huh?
Oof.
This is so good. In the end, it just shows that my existence wasn't anything special to you. You forgot about that fact, and that's why you were filled with such emotion toward me. Matsuda isn't important to me? Because I forgot that fact, I thought he was important to me? What are you talking about? I don't get it. The intense itching entered my brain again. I remembered. The things I would have said to Matsuda when meeting him. The things I would have done when meeting him. Why I wanted to even meet him so bad in the first place. I remembered the reasons for everything. What is this? Why? Suddenly, I wasn't able to believe anything. Not Matsuda. Not myself. Not even the world. I abruptly began stepping backward, but my legs immediately stopped. Blocking the way behind me was a wall, leaving me to simply stand there. Matsuda began taking steps as if pursuing me, impatiently moving forward. Matsuda, what's wrong? As I cried out, my voice was tinged with terror. He responded with nothing but a pale face. Tension built to the point where I felt I was losing my breath. Filled with fear, I spoke that name. Could it be Junko Enoshima's fault?
Well, you're not wrong there. Not entirely.
Literally story of the universe. Literally story of the Danganronpa universe. Could it be Junko Enoshima's fault?
The answer is always yes.
Yes, mistress. Goddess. He stopped in his tracks and stared at me with a piercing glare. Ah, that must be it. That must be it. The sharp glare felt as if it penetrated my entire body. These are Matsuda's eyes? Are you really Matsuda? I quickly swallowed the words that almost came out of my throat. Oh, she almost said that out loud. I could tell that they would only make matters worse. Hey, Matsuda, let's stop this. Pleading was all I could do as Matsuda cornered me. How about we just head back to the laboratory? We could just relax and chat while you perform treatment on me. If we do that, everything will go back to normal. By the end of my plea, my voice...
it's like she's figured out that that's fucking her memory intentionally.
Yeah, even if she hasn't consciously put it together. By the end of my plea, my voice had risen into a scream. After all, this is just wrong. This has to be wrong. It's already too late. But Matsuda turned his head from me. I can't go back anymore. Neither you nor I. We can't go back. Hearing his freezing voice, my whole body quickly grew cold. Why are you saying that? Me? Why are you spouting such cruel words? Continuing with that bitterly cold voice, he spoke with rage and irritation. You still can't remember what I've done to protect Junko Enoshima? I see. And I'll make you remember.
Do it.
It's all right. Let's just forget about this and get away from this place. Nothing will change, even if we forget. No one knows that better than you do. I don't know anything. Reaching my limit, I shrieked with all my might. But Matsuda, paying me no mind? All right. Just listen. But why was he the one speaking with such a sad expression? I was the one who should have been sad. The tragedy of Hope's Peak, everything changed because of it. No. It was because of the tragedy that I realized it. The fact that my life, which I thought was completely normal, was actually a fake scenario set up to control me. The words weren't directed toward anyone, not even me, but instead toward himself. I've been fooled by Junko Enoshima all this time. Completely fooled. But even so, couldn't stay away from her. I thought I would be able to stop her. I thought I could save her. That's what I was made to believe. His voice began to drip with bitterness. In order to protect her, I concealed her existence itself. But even after that, she kept going and killed the steering committee members. That's why I went as far as to hide those corpses. I dealt with the evidence for her sake. As my ears took in his words, my mind began playing through all the scenes that had occurred up to this point. There was no time to even feel she's literally going through all the scenes that have happened in the story. By memory.
So obviously we have to start from chapter 1 again.
Not only that, I even murdered people for her sake, in order to silence Soshun Murasame, who knew the truth about the incident. It's the same with that Yudo Kamishiro kid. For her sake, I couldn't let them live. That's why I killed them. I was completely submerged by the torrent of truth blasting out of Matsuda. There was something I need to know, no matter what. So I struggled to keep my head above the waves as I attempted to ask him.
You're a fucking simp.
Honestly, is she really that important? Junko Enoshima is really that important to you? She is. Matsuda responded with no hesitation. Why is she so important to you? As my tears of confusion and fear pushed against the flood, I struggled forward, frantically raising my feeble voice. It's because of what she said to me. What she said to me when I lost what was most important to me. From now on, I'll be what's important to you. It was ridiculously impudent, but thanks to that impudence, I was prevented from being all alone. She's not family, or a lover, or even a friend. She's someone just as important to me as any of those.
Oh.
I've never related to you more in my life, Matsuda. Just as important as any of those. That's how Matsuda felt about Junko Enoshima. It felt like everything was over. No, rather, everything was over from the beginning. I had no chance of winning from the start. It's almost like this is a Danganronpa story. Someone who had no past had no chance of competing with Junko Enoshima. I've never related to Ryoko Tanashi more in my life.
Oh my god, stop.
How could you compete? Frustration? Jealousy? There was none of that. It's over, was all I could feel. I let out a huge breath. Contained in that very breath was my resignation to the entire world. And then it happened. Oh, wow. What a perfect spot for the page flip. And then it happened.
Honestly.
A clanging sound could be heard. And Matsuda instantly turned around. The scene past his shoulder was laid out before me. There was a girl standing in the elevator. Are we going Junko or Mukuro? I mean, it has
Whatever
to be.
you want.
I'll do it, at least for now. Looks like I was right on time. She had showy Okay, so we know where they're going.
Makeup.
Yeah, sure, but until we get an official flip, I will do it. Same thing as what we did with Kamakura and Matsuda. She had showy makeup as if she had been pulled straight from the pages of a fashion magazine, and huge, overblown, fluffy blonde hair. Her uniform was popped open enough to show a ridiculous amount of cleavage, along with an obscenely short skirt from which long, fair, and slender legs ran down. Junko Enoshima! I shouted her name with certainty. Junko Enoshima? Matsuda mumbled, mixed with doubt. Huh? That's so good! Although this does make me wonder a little bit about the Junko and Matsuda scene, though. Given
it's
that
non-canon.
Matsuda mumbled, mixed with doubt. Like, there's a lot. It's not like I came here to get in your way or anything. Without addressing anyone else addressing her, she began explaining herself. I just came here to provide the supplementary explanation. It appears to be the right scenario for this. The blonde-haired girl with showy makeup spoke in a distinctly hesitant manner. Wait, isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a switch pretty soon. Well, the explanation, you can probably tell from my appearance, but to follow Junko's scenario, I'm required to play this part. Yes, that's what this is.
It's been Mukuro all along, and she literally just outright said it.
I was once again attacked by the severe itching. It was so bad at this point that I felt like I wanted to claw my hand. Once Ryoko figures it out, we'll switch on that.
Step aside, Mr. Shark. It's my time.
But I want to wait till Ryoko, which I think she's about to be fair. It was so bad at this point that I felt like I wanted to claw my hands into my brain. And then immediately after that, along with feeling like my vision had opened up, I remembered the face of the girl standing in front of me. It's so good, too, because, like, that's the thing. Because her memory is the way she is, she wouldn't make these, like... It's so funny, because it's the DR1. It's literally the same thing as DR1. The reason... Because they weren't familiar... Because they didn't have, like, the memories... of Junko, she didn't look weird to them. And the one thing that did look weird was the magazine, and that's where Jukuro said, "Hey, hey, editing, Photoshop and junk."
How did they do the mystery of Mukuro being Junko twice?
Dude, this is what Danganronpa does. They managed to do the same thing over and over and over
They did the
again.
same goddamn thing.
Oh, get used to it.
Twice.
I'll get used to it.
I'll keep that in mind for DR2.
Yep, just get used to it. This is, I don't know how they do it. They can do the same thing over and over again, and it works. Like, it's brilliant. But like, if there's one thing Kodaka loves to do, it's fucking with you by doing, like, repeating tropes and like all this weird stuff that he finds the weirdest ways to incorporate. Danganronpa is the definition of a circle. Everything comes back the fuck around.
For real.
Crazy. That's actually nuts. It's literally the same thing. That face I've been seeing was not Junko Enoshima, but someone else. That's right. That would be Mukuro Ikusaba's face. But at the same time, another question floated up in my head. If the me right now was able to recognize Mukuro Ikusaba, what about the past forgetful me? Showy makeup, blonde hair, popped open uniform, obscenely short skirt. If I saw that disguised girl, would I have been able to put the pieces together and realize it's Mukuro Ikusaba? Then, does this mean the Junko Enoshima I've known all this time?
I'm sorry. To explain further, the Junko Enoshima you've met was really me disguised as her. I fucking told you. Mm-hmm. I knew it. I knew it. Mm-hmm. I knew it.
Let's
There
go.
is no way in hell Enoshima would be wearing something as peasantish as makeup.
Again, not sure about that, but you definitely cooked nonetheless. So this is actually like, okay, we could say you cooked a little bit for sure, because we actually got a reveal that you predicted right so far. We still haven't gotten the big one. That hasn't happened yet, but we got one of the smaller ones.
Do you see any other scenario at this point?
Absolutely not. But until it happens, until it happens. But no, 100%. Disguised. So it was a fake?
But it's not like I did that because I wanted to. It was because Junko told me to. That's why even my lines were set up by Junko.
Yeah, 100%. They were too
everything.
good. It was too good. It was too Junko. I 100%, I buy that. Then what about the real Junko Enoshima?
So, this is the most important part, but the reason I had to do all of this was...
Because I hit her, right? Because I hid Junko Enoshima. The real her is gone. And taking advantage of that, you become Junko Enoshima. Doing so, you make this one believe in her existence.
Holy shit, was I actually right? I was just talking out of my ass.
What are you guys talking about? Make me believe in Junko Enoshima's existence. But why? I was completely lost.
Oh, honey.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, if this is really gonna do the thing, there's no, like, no matter how smart you are, like, imagine trying to comprehend this being your reality. Like, imagine being Ryuko in this situation.
That would suck.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Basically, Enoshima anticipated my actions. She saw through my plan in hiding her, and is now simply spectating my actions in amusement. Spectating? I frantically looked around the hall. There must have been something here indicating that someone was watching us. But there didn't seem to be any peepholes or cameras anywhere. Huh? Why? This is insanity. To think she'd be this driven by despair. I don't want to believe it, but at some point early on, she must have gotten to me. Whatever he was about to say quickly faded away. I was already incapable of understanding his feelings. His frustration toward Junko Enoshima. His resentment toward Junko Enoshima. to the point of despair I was unable to comprehend. This is so weirdly meta because Junko is using the concept of Junko to bring Ryuko into despair.
Yep.
And assuming that you are right, that is wild. But
I better be.
Otherwise,
I'm completely lost.
But there was one thing that was clear to me. Once again, to the point of despair, it was entirely clear to me. You must love her, but at the same time, hate her, right? That's right. Matsuda quietly nodded. His answer confirmed my thoughts. I was right to give up. There was nothing I could do but give up and let everything end. This is the end of my world. This is the end of the world that belonged to me and Matsuda. The moment I gave up, the curtains of my soul began to slowly fall. Thump.
Oof.
Thump, though. There was a thump. Huh? That's why I have to end this. Covering his face with both hands, Matsuda let out a huge sigh. He then lifted his head, eyes brimming with an unwavering determination. It's likely that my desire to protect her was true despair. That's why, unless I end this, my despair won't end either. It was the voice of someone who had given up on everything. That's why I have no choice but to end this. His eyes were full of anger, sadness, love, hatred, all boiled and concentrated together. But even then, there was a strange calmness in his expression. Thump, thump. She's getting the Doki Doki back. Huh? But why? I didn't want Junko Enoshima to get involved any further. I thought I would be protecting her that way. Matsuda began to close the distance between us at a slow pace. That's why I hid her. That's why I desperately tried to hide her. Thump, 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 thump. As Matsuda drew closer, the beating of my
heart... You gonna kiss her?
Grew louder and louder. Maybe? But it was pointless. My actions did nothing. What I did meant nothing to Enoshima. In the end, there was nothing she could do but inflict despair on anyone close to her. That's why I understand now. This is my despair.
Will you just fucking confirm it already?
Hey, we're at 93%. Calm down. I finally understood as well. The thumping in my chest.
Then we can get a little of the actual Enoshima. Because we're not going to get her again after this story.
The thumping in my chest, I finally remembered. The moment I gave up on everything, I remembered my feelings towards Matsuda. It must have just been another part of the scenario that Junko Enoshima set up. In order for me to despair, she had me finally remember. That's why I've decided to end things once and for all. Matsuda finally stopped in front of my eyes. The distance between us was to the point where our feet almost touched. And while I felt the incessant heartbeat in my chest, I also felt dizzy, blood rushing to my head as I looked at him. Then, as if about to embrace me, he lifted his hands and squeezed them around my neck. I was done for.
Jesus, this guy's got a fixation with necks.
I mean, he said he was going to end things once and for all.
Is he really going to let that happen with fucking Mukuro right there?
I wouldn't be surprised if Mukuro's not going to interfere in this. I feel like Junko wouldn't want Mukuro to interfere in this. This feels like a whatever happens, happens kind of scenario. I was done for. There must have been no other way. After all, Junko Enoshima was an important existence for him. Seeing as how no one loved Matsuda more than I did, I understood that. But to the very end, I wanted to die in the world of Matsuda and I. That was my hope, which embraced me to the very end. Is this also for Junko Enoshima? With that faint hope in my chest, I timidly sputtered out the words, "No, this is for my own sake." His calm response came as a surprise to me. I've already accepted this. I've already completely accepted Ryoko Otonashi's end. You don't need to remember anything anymore. I could feel his warm breath on my cheek as he spoke those gentle words. This is the end of everything. I know. After all, this has nothing to do with me, right? He then calmly began to put force into his hands, but I wasn't in pain. In fact, the warmth coming from the palms of his hands felt comfortable. It was possible I was even smiling. Thump, 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 thump. My raging heartbeat, my entire body heating up, intense ringing in my ears. I guess I was at least somewhat scared, but Matsuda's face in front of me seemed to become gentle as he released his intense stress. Ah, it really is Matsuda. As I burned that face into my memory, I slowly closed my eyes. I'll be done at this rate. Everything will be over. It'll finally not be over.
What the fuck?
Suddenly, out of nowhere. That familiar, sinister laugh began to echo within my ears. Come on! I've said it before, haven't I? I'd murder you bitches one day! I've come to fulfill my promise. Don't tell me you've forgotten! That giddy voice forced my eyes open, and all I saw was Matsuda's shocked face. Behind him, I could see a black silhouette, the ultimate despair. Walking up from behind Matsuda, she slowly approached me. Once she was close enough to line up with him, the face within the shadow finally presented itself to me. I could remember it now. That face was me. That's right! Ryoko Otonashi didn't exist from the start. Hysterical, isn't it? It's so despair-inducing that it's hilarious. That voice that shouted out was my own. By the very end, I remembered. I finally remembered everything. And at the same time, everything crumbled apart. The scenery I had perceived to be an immutable existence easily and completely crumbled apart. It was like that sand castle. No matter how elaborate or stable it appeared to be, it crumbled apart so easily. Just like that sand castle. My entire body's skin, muscle, bones, all like dry sand crumbled apart, and I faded away. Everything crumbled away into nothing. My world ended, and her world was recreated. That would be my Ryoko Otonashi's final moment. And just like that, everything finally returned back to normal.
Holy fucking shit.
Holy fucking shit.
I think the true protagonist has arrived.
Yes. The true hero of the story is here.
So Ryoko is dead.
Yep.
And she died in painful despair.
Holy shit. Dude, that was so
damn,
that was
an innocent
so
girl
good.
Completely ripped from the world.
Dude, it's so crazy because he found the strength to kill her. And
Yep.
then it just came out and he just froze. That's crazy.
So, Ryuko was Junko all along.
Yeah! Ryuko was actually fucking Junko all along. How about that?
It would seem that the theory was correct.
Yes, it was. We cooked. I can officially say that I cooked, you cooked, we all cooked. It's interesting because, like, it's usually kind of a matter of when people figure this out. Because I have seen that, like, I feel like there's not, like, a lot of people that have read this story online, like, you know, like, video content of this. But there's a few out there. And I've definitely, like, we're not the only people that I've seen figure this out. So it's just kind of a matter of, like, when, I think. But it was written so well. Like, it makes so much sense. But it wasn't like in hindsight, it looks super obvious, but, like, it was one of those things that just seemed crazy. And it's kind of like, just the deeper you get, the more it makes sense.
It honestly does. You look back on hindsight for some of the earlier chapters, it's like, oh.
Yeah, if you ever read this again,
what we're
or,
doing.
You know, one day, check out my videos or anything like that, like, yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I had a ton of experiences early in this story, and really throughout the story, where I'm reading lines, I'm like, this is nuts. Like, there's all these things that I noticed the second time around reading this with you that are just like, these little things that are, like, so clever. So yeah.
But now that Ryoko's gone and the true Enoshima's back,
yeah, we got
what's left of the
6%.
story?
We got 6% left. We actually technically have like 4 chapters.
Jesus Christ.
They're obviously short chapters, but
There's a lot of POV changes then.
probably, yeah. And maybe Matsuda, Mukuro, Junko, and then maybe Kyoko?
Almost. We gotta have Junko. Kyoko.
Yeah, so that I would say that would make
Enough
sense.
O's, please.
Because I assume this one's going to be probably Matsuda. Could be, actually, it might be Junko. I don't know. It's going to be Matsuda or Junko, this one, for sure. Because they are the main characters, and they're both still alive.
What a mighty deception.
Oh, man. That was so good. So what did you think? So I guess before we get into chapter 14, what did you think of the character of Ryuko Otonashi?
She was a tragic soul.
Really is. Like, honestly, a really tragic character.
She was but one piece of a higher entity.
But it makes sense because, like, even in a, like, a total, like, mind-wiped form, like, when you look at what, like, remained, the bubbly nature remained. She had some of that fourth wall breaking in her. She made weird references. Yep. And then the other thing was, there was definitely some crazy in there.
Maybe this is pretty much what Matsuda kind of wanted all along. He just wanted the girl without the despair.
I think it was kind of one of those things where he deluded himself into thinking that was possible, or rather, Junko deluded him into thinking that was possible. Because as Matsuda said, he's realized that all of this, that he was played from the start. And
because
whatever.
Without the despair, she was a nice girl.
So it seems like Junko not only counted on this, but likely wanted her own memory to get fucked. Like, it seems like this whole thing, every element, including her losing her own memory, seems like it was all part of her plan. It seems like it does go that deep, which is stupid as fuck and anime as fuck, but fitting as hell for Junko Enoshima, the ultimate analyst. Oh, it sounds so good to say that.
The only kind of thing now, I guess they gotta, show is like if she was really a redhead, because then it's like, well, how the fuck did Makoto know who Ryoko was?
Yeah, we don't know what her true hair color is.
It's gotta be blonde.
Probably. The strength.
But no,
yeah.
That
actually,
is a
keep going,
big rip to Ryoko.
yeah.
That is the first time the main character actually died.
Yep.
And
I wouldn't be surprised if we
yeah.
lose the other one too.
Oh, we'll definitely miss losing the other one.
But
let's,
what's interesting though,
let's keep going.
I will say what's interesting though,
has changed.
Ryoko did not kill Matsuda though. You were wrong about that.
I was.
Surprisingly enough, Matsuda's still alive. As now it's just him and the Despair Sisters. Also, Junko and Mukuro in the same room.
Not letting anyone voice Junko other than yourself.
So there was kind of that like meta joke, but like I said, at its core, I was just thinking, the Junko. I thought it would be funny. It's like, oh, I gotta voice Junko, and then like the main characters were the main characters. But yes, there is the double meta of like Kek W. I'm voicing Junko and Junko. Like, yeah, that is kind of funny, but that wasn't like a deep intention. But like I would have been okay if you were voicing Ryoko. It wouldn't have killed me.
Do you want me to voice Junko from now on then?
You could voice the girl that's dressed up as Junko over in the corner. Do you want to start chapter 14?
Sure, let's go.
No, this bit's too funny, actually. The strength within those two hands gradually weakened as energy left his entire body. Then, Matsuda finally relinquished his grip on the girl. Clang. A sound rang out from the ground. A knife, engraved with the crest of Hope's Peak Academy, tainted by blood. That fucking knife that Mukuro gave Ryoko. The blood dripped down around it, and it soon developed into a sizable pool of red. A warm sensation filled his stomach. Matsuda then returned his eyes to the girl. Listen, you bitch. He was visibly...
Oh, we're actually killing him off that soon.
Yeah, just like that. He was choking her, and then Junko came out, and then just stab.
Oh, shit. I didn't even realize what's going on. I just kind of woke up. Fuck.
He was visibly suffering as he spoke. Before I die, you should know that what I told you was a lie. There wasn't any kind of treatment. I've been preventing you from remembering anything at all.
You don't say.
I already know that, her voice replied. The mouth of the girl who responded began to curl into what must have been a smile. This is interesting. It's third person. Unless this is supposed to be Mukuro's perspective. Otherwise this is third person.
I guess yeah, we do have a third. Oh, we're getting a thing.
Oh, the picture popping potentially, smiling from the joy of the knife that had pierced Matsuda's flesh, and that's when Matsuda confirmed it. The person known as Ryoko Otanashi no longer existed. Well, this is you.
Oh, by the way,
Mukuro Ikusaba's murmuring voice arose.
I was only supposed to appear in Junko's likeness in front of the real one, but I accidentally got caught by Madurai at one point, but I wasn't really seen by anyone else.
Obviously. Matsuda coughed up blood along with a voice full of resentment. Anybody who knew would be able to tell easily. Even if you are sisters, you're still two different people. Besides, the Enoshima who came to me was clearly the real one.
Huh?
So, I think this has to do... So she's had the blackouts. So Ryoko's had the blackouts.
A few, I guess.
So those must have been temporary...
Temporary
little
moments where
Little Toko Jill action.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. That's actually a crazy
okay,
that they actually
wow.
confirmed it though.
She really And she really was a redhead.
Well, I mean, that could be dyed hair, but at the very least, that is her hair right now. That's crazy.
Or that's her hair stained with her own blood.
Dude, that's wild. Poor fucking Matsuda, man. Cool picture,
that is
though.
the end of Matsuda.
Anything? Well, he's not dead yet, but yeah.
I would hope he dies.
Anything, hey, you ready to move on, or you want to take this in a little longer?
Wow. Ryoko is truly gone, and the goddess is complete again.
Fucking hell, man, dude. It's weird. Ryoko's hotter now. I don't know what it is, but not that she wasn't hot before, but she somehow got hotter. Also, I love just like random Monokuma.
How long is her hair?
It's pretty long. To be fair, that goes.
Junko ain't even got that long hair. Holy shit.
Oh man. Anyways, you ready to?
So if those are contacts, who put them in every day?
I would imagine Matsuda.
Oh god, he put contacts in while she was asleep?
If it's supposed to be contacts, it would have to be him.
Holy shit.
No one else makes sense.
I guess
technically Mukuro could have, but
yeah, I love the eye though.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's a play on that might be why they put Monokuma in the background, because it's a play on Monokuma.
Yeah.
That's probably the idea. I mean, obviously Junko, Monokuma, but
well, I mean, the eye is also like.
Well, the other thing
Ryoko,
too.
Junko.
Well, yeah. One, you see her tongue starting to stick out a little, which fits for Junko. But the other thing that's notable, if you look at her face, the left side is lit and the right side is our right side is shadowed. So
yeah,
again,
I did
Monokuma.
notice that.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, you ready to move on?
That's hot. That side with Monokuma is hot.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I'm ready.
As if annoyed by the words different people, Ikusaba turned her eyes from him and instead set them on only the girl as she spoke.
That's why for this scenario, while I was disguised as Junko, the real Junko conducted her own private plans as well. Only, at the time she didn't even realize it, meaning Junko had deceived even herself.
That's nuts. So, in the end, it all went just as planned, from the very beginning to now. Now it was Matsuda's turn to talk to the girl. As he spoke, his consciousness began to fade, to the point where just standing appeared to be a struggle. Even so, his frail gaze continued to focus on her. But there's one thing I don't understand. Why you planned such a painful turn of events? Why you went so far as to have me take away your memory in order to escape the school's investigation? It sounds horrible to go through, but even so, you pushed through it. Why? Failing to hold his stance, he finally sat down, but Matsuda continued his question, resolute on obtaining an answer. Was it to pull me, who was always thinking of you, into despair? Finally, the girl began to move. She gently caressed his face with her hand in an almost loving way and sat down next to him, paying no attention to the blood pooling beneath. She then drew Matsuda's face, whose eyes were beginning to fade, toward her own, and whispered, "I'll tell you." The whisper was filled with a gentle, caring love, but it quickly and drastically changed. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't be so full of yourself. There's no way in hell I'd go through this pain-in-the-ass mess just to bring you into despair. What the hell is wrong with you?
That is a pretty good Junko persona to end on.
As soon as she finished those words, the girl immediately thrust her hand into Matsuda's face, causing him to collapse into the pool of blood he had created. You're saying you really don't give a damn, huh? Matsuda muttered as he laid on his back, gazing toward the ceiling. Staring down at him from directly above was the girl. Their faces were close enough for the tips of their noses to touch. But even so, his gaze didn't line up with hers, as it had begun to falter. I guess I don't have anything to do with this. That was really the case after all. Ah!
Oh, poetic irony.
As we lay in the pool of blood, an unnatural warmth developed in the back of his throat, but it soon faded away. How long have you felt that way? Has it been since we were kids? The girl's face warped into a cruel smile. What if I told you that the reason your mom got the way she was because of me? What kind of face would you show me?
What? In hindsight, that makes a lot of sense.
Pain overwhelmed his expression as if a sharp needle had passed through his heart. You're not serious, are you? As he spoke with a quivering voice, flecks of blood spattered from his mouth onto the girl's face. It stood out even more than her cruel, inhumane smile. Answer me! As Matsuda grew more and more grave. Yeah, it's actually like the idea that like, yeah, it goes that far back. Like that she somehow like fucked up his mom.
We do know that
to set
from the moment she was born, she cried such tears of despair.
Yep. I mean, we know from the flashback, the Ryoko quote-unquote flashback, that, like, yeah, she's been weird going that far back. As Matsuda grew more and more grave, Enoshima seemed to fall into ecstasy. Without giving any response, she just continued to watch as she cupped her chin in her hands. Matsuda's soul was falling into the very depths of despair. His life's meaning had been thoroughly and decisively violated and then rejected. He had completely given in to despair and had nothing else. Please, tell me. His clinging stutters barely formed into words at all. Come on, what's the answer, Junko Enoshima? That was the end. Without ever hearing his answer, Yasuke Matsuda died. Completely submerged in despair, he died.
And our main characters are dead.
Well, there's one left. Dude, that's crazy. The last thing she said to him was this.
I was behind it all.
And then,
what if I told you the reason your mum died was because of me?
I mean, it's not even just died. It's like the mental things that he that then went full circle because he like did similar things to her, weirdly enough, but kind of because of her as well. And that gets into the whole like Oedipus thing that she called him out on earlier. But
Irony
what's crazy about this too is it's fully possible Junko just made that up. It doesn't matter. She said it, and that's the last words that he ever heard. And he had to think about that to the grave. And that's like dying. Like, she found a way to take his despair and just somehow make it worse. She knew exactly what to say to just make his whole life, like he said, his life's meaning had been thoroughly and decisively violated and then rejected. It's crazy. So good. So yeah, that was a short one, but yeah, Junko finished off Matsuda. Any thoughts on chapter 14?
Rip, Ryoko, and Matsuda. Two connecting threads.
I mean, it kind of was
severed.
I mean, in the end, it kind of was a Romeo and Juliet ending of sorts.
In a way.
In a way, yeah. That's crazy.
And it ain't like anyone's ever gonna find these bodies.
Sad, sad, sad.
So, Mukuro, wanna go for some wings?
Yeah, now it's just the Despair Sisters, so... Hype? Might actually get a little Despair Sister scene?
For the first time ever, they are in the same room together.
That's crazy.
That's hype as shit.
It is. You ready to keep going?
Oh, yes.
Once she confirmed it was over, Junko Enoshima slowly got up. For a while longer, though, she ceased her actions and looked down at him. She stared at the Yasuke Matsuda, who had experienced his last breath not too long ago. There's no way this would have had nothing to do with you. Somewhere in her murmuring voice lay a hint of sadness. After all, you were more important than anyone else to me. Those were her true feelings. Yasuke Matsuda was an especially important existence for Junko Enoshima. Ever since they were children, he always stood up for her, continued to love her unconditionally, and above all else, just being by his side made her heart feel warm. It's like, this is the thing, right? Like, because it's Junko, she would never show this to him in his final moment. Because she, again, that's her ultimate expression of love, is giving him, like, the absolute worst despair possible. And so the second he actually dies, we get to actually see that that tiny hint of genuineness.
Poor bloke.
Crazy. It's like,
so in the end,
yep.
She did love him.
And he doesn't, and that's the thing. He'll never know.
Oof.
It's so good. Because it's like, her character is just so consistent in the most awful ways. And she killed off that existence with her own hands. She stepped on it, forced it past the brink of despair, and brutally slaughtered it. But that's what Enoshima had desired. She loved him so much. That irreplaceable existence, more important than anyone else. She was obsessed with him, almost to the point of insanity, always wanting to be within his embrace, even living in a world with him and only him would be fine. And by losing that incredible existence, just how much despair would she fall into? She nurtured her love.
Well, then I guess it's true to say that you truly love despair more than Matsuda.
She nurtured her love for Matsuda all this time, just to get a taste of that feeling. Seeing her loved one become swallowed by despair during his last moments, she essentially lived to experience that spectacle. Finally getting to taste that despair. Incredible! It was beyond anything she could have ever hoped for. This is so dismal, so amazing. My chest is gonna tear up. This is true self-loathing. I absolutely want to die. This is the despair that comes from losing someone you love. While Enoshima's entire being was assaulted by that despair, she kicked Yasuke Matsuda's body with all of her strength. Amazing! 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 Amazing!
And that's quite reminiscent of the first scene of the story, where she was kicking someone down with blood everywhere.
Absorbed in her screams, she kicked the corpse of the one she so dearly longed for with no mercy whatsoever. All the while, flowing from her eyes were a continuous stream of tears. God, speaking of tragic characters,
you might need some therapy.
The unfortunate part is that she would turn the therapist crazy.
She would. I mean, yeah, the therapist would need a therapist.
Honestly. And as those tears of delight, agony, and confusion overwhelmingly poured out of her, she kicked her beloved's corpse until it was a lump of meat that barely held any resemblance to its original form. Pooh-hoo! Pooh-hoo! Pooh-hoo!
okay there, sis?
Yeah, I'm doing wonderful.
You wanna get some McDonald's?
Yeah, sure. That shit fattens you the fuck up. That's pretty despair-inducing.
Oh god, a fat Enoshima. That'd bring a new level of despair.
Honestly. That was chapter 15. Again, another very short chapter.
Pretty much confirmed that regardless of what she did, Junko truly loved him.
I think
in
this
this
is
universe, the absolute worst thing you could ever do is get close to Junko Enoshima.
Honestly, but I think like this is actually really important lore wise. Like this moment is like really important because it establishes the fact that like Junko does legitimately care. Like she does have the ability to love people, right? And like that shows, it almost makes her depravity somehow worse. That like she actually saw Matsuda as this person that she loved like more than anything. And like again, despite how she treats her, the implication is likely that she feels similar about Mukuro and honestly probably her class.
Not that to that extent.
Not to that extent.
But,
No,
yeah.
of course not. But like that's the thing, right? And that makes her somehow even worse, honestly.
That's
is
the
the
problem.
fact
Is like she gets
that
so
it's an expression
connected
of
to
love.
people that
Yeah.
it brings such despair that she loses them. But that's so good
it's
to
her
her.
ultimate expression of love.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anything else? Poo.
I love Junko.
I love Junko too. I'm glad we can agree
Fair
on
enough.
this fact of life. So yeah, you wanna jump into chapter 16, the penultimate chapter?
Why not?
Well, you're gonna be happy with the first words, apparently. When Kyoko
Hey!
Kirigiri opened her eyes, she found herself in the
Kyoko!
infirmary. Interesting. So penultimate chapter. Are we gonna go back to Junko? Or are we gonna go Mukuro?
She's
Maybe?
in the what did fucking Mukuro knock her out?
Because we still, the scene that maybe. The scene outside the window was that of nightfall. It seemed that at some point the day had turned to evening as she slowly rose from the bed.
Me?
Probably.
Glad to see you're awake.
A man's voice could be coming from near the window. It belonged to Hope's Peak Academy's headmaster, Jin Kirigiri. That makes sense.
You were completely knocked out. Has work finally caught up to you?
How? Oh.
This is you.
No, that's Kyoko.
Wait, am I Kyoko?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit, I am Kyoko.
You're everyone except for Junko,
Yeah,
Matsuda,
yeah.
and Ryuko.
I've like never voiced a woman. It's kind of insane.
How? Not today.
How long have I been asleep? You wouldn't stay put, so I had the school's physician give you something a little stronger. It should still be in effect, so things may be a bit hazy. You should probably relax for now.
Her consciousness and sensations were certainly still a bit dim. Following orders from him was frustrating, but there wasn't much one could do against the effects of medicine. No other choice, Kyoko lay back down on the bed, and then she remembered. She remembered the moment when Mukuro Ikusaba came to her aid. When she was cornered by the Madurai brothers, Ikusaba appeared at just the right time and saved her. But why did she save her? Sure, they were classmates, but the two of them had hardly interacted with each other at all before that. Putting that aside, however,
That's interesting lore.
there was a more pressing issue at hand. The girl that was with her when attacked by the Madurai brothers, Junko Enoshima. What happened to her?
She knew that was Junko?
She knew that was Junko.
How the
She
fuck
never
did
said
she know that was Junko?
and she never said her name in that. If you go back to that scene, she never calls her by a name. Kyoko.
Oh fuck.
What happened to her? She turned the question because clearly the reason she knew was because They're classmates. Or they were until Junko's memory issues. She recognized her, obviously.
That's insane.
And there might have been, she turned the question over in her mind in a manner deserving of the Kirigiri name. And then...
Which one's talking?
Definitely Jin.
It appears that Enoshima was recovered by Ikusaba as well. I'll save you the trouble of overthinking things. She's been temporarily hospitalized in the facility's building infirmary.
Although the silver lining is, well... Oh, no. You're still talking, sorry.
Although the silver lining is, well... How do I say this? Due to the shock from the whole ordeal, it seems that she's recovered her memory. Her memory? Ah, so everyone knew about that.
I mean, it would make sense.
I guess, they would inform her
class
class that she's, just fucking lost her memory. Or whatever. She'll soon return to her regular school schedule, but it seems that she doesn't remember anything from the span where she had lost her memory. Because of that, there have been numerous confusing issues to deal with. But everyone has been taking care of her. She'll be fine. I see.
Classmates' return should have been a joyous occasion, but something didn't feel right. It was like something was being glossed over.
Also, there's something important I have to discuss with you.
His following words then completely brushed off Kyoko's doubt.
I'll be closing the investigation request on Izuru Kamakura.
Kyoko immediately rose up from the sudden report.
Why all of a sudden?
Question was one of urgency.
Sorry, but I can't really talk about that. What are you... Okay, fine. I wasn't satisfied with the contents of your performance. How does that work for you?
Oh
Get
shit.
fucked.
Recognizing his lack of acknowledgement, Kyoko scrunched her eyebrows inquisitively.
Then, what happened to Kamakura? Speaking of which, just today, new steering committee members were elected to replace the previous ones.
I wonder if these are
Don't
puppets
avoid
of
the
Junko.
subject. Due to the change in members, measures involving confidential information have shifted as well. No matter what your opinion might be, I don't really have the freedom to be carelessly discussing sensitive information.
The statement was a clear refusal, and with it, all Kyoko could do was respond with a murmur of resentment.
Why are you telling me this now? Alright, in return, how about I disclose a separate piece of information to you? That is, if your pride as a detective would allow it.
His words were almost like a challenge. He'd been like that for quite a while. It wouldn't have been surprising if the sentence, "You were just being used all along," left his mouth as a confession. His words seemed straightforward enough, but she had a feeling that the reason behind it all couldn't be so simple. But what was causing that feeling? Was it the intuition of a detective? Or was it because he was her father? She immediately shook her head, shaking off that last train of thought before firmly responding.
I understand. I don't mind giving up on the request. However, if you're sharing, there is one thing I would like to know.
Kirigiri watched her from beside the window in patient silence.
What happened to Yatsuki Matsuda and the Madurai brothers?
A moment of quiet passed, and Kirigiri let out a hefty sigh. He then turned his gaze away and began walking toward the infirmary door. Kyoko's eyes followed his movements carefully. He stopped in front of the door, and without turning back to face her, he spoke.
Expulsion. That's how it seems they were dealt with.
His words felt heavy, and a hint of anger
Nice cover
could
up,
be
bro.
heard among them as well.
Not only that, it was the intent of the new steering committee members as well to strictly conceal the incident and keep it under wraps. Because of their involvement in this mess, Matsuda and Madurai were expelled, and it seems others will follow as well. You aren't going to stop them? All I did was receive the report. They're not even on campus anymore. Even you would probably have difficulty in tracking them down.
Yeah, that does make it sound more likely that potentially the new steering committee might be in Junko's pocket, given that they've set this up, and even Jin was only told about it. He wasn't involved in this at all. This expulsion, quote unquote.
That's terrifying.
Letting out another huge sigh, Kirigiri began to grind his teeth.
Although, it sure was a convenient development. Convenient to the point where you'd think it was all manipulated into happening from the shadows.
Oh no, bro let out his detective, and now why would you say that? In front of Kyoko, he quickly dropped his head as if he regretted what he had just said, yeah.
Even without any formal request, I'll still be looking into it.
Kyoko's words, aimed towards her father's back, were full of determination. As he heard them, he responded without turning to face her.
Detectives can't do anything until an incident ends. They're useless until all the victims show up. That's a trait that exists within even the most skilled detectives. But I think you're different. There are qualities within you that exceed those of a detective. And I say this from witnessing your various talents up to this point. I think I'll be keeping those qualities in mind. What are you trying to say?
That you're really cool and that boxing you into just one thing is stupid? Kyoko's voice was stiff and cold.
There's no need to understand it.
Kirigiri looked over his shoulder toward Kyoko, who was tight-lipped in anger, an expression on her face that seemed close to tears.
One last thing. You're free to investigate on your own. However, if you endanger yourself or attempt to bypass the school rules, I won't offer you any special treatment. Just be prepared for that. If you can't keep that in mind, you'll be leaving this school.
Without waiting for a response from Kyoko, Kirigiri left the infirmary. Upon entering the hallway, he let out yet another heavy sigh. Even though he was just trying to keep her away from the incident for her own good, it still pained him. Then again, she wasn't the type to just happily listen to orders. There wasn't anything to be done about that. The situation was already out of his hands. Just like the former steering committee members who had disappeared, their replacements held considerable power compared to others involved with Hope's Peak Academy. Immediately after their inauguration, the termination of the Kamakura project was formally announced. It was their way of saying that the individual known as the Ultimate Hope never existed. It wasn't a very surprising development. Kirigiri was to keep up appearances as the core of the school, and the symbol of hope that was raised and nurtured by Hope's Peak Academy was abandoned unceremoniously. Yeah, I mean, the last thing, the Despair people, so, who, whatever, Reserve Course, Mukuro, whatever, the Despair people were keeping him in the old school building, and then he was apparently moved well before the climax. So that's all we know. Following this, the new steering committee members' further decisions and plans had been immediate and quick, and through a variety of methods they were able to fully conceal the incident, as though aiming to please some outside party. As Kirigiri continued down the hallway, he began to pick up speed. Moving at a brisk pace, he inadvertently glanced toward the window. The idea that everything had ended was not present. Rather, it felt like the beginning of a new turn of events. And most likely, not a good turn of events. A horrible incident was going to occur at this school, and then consume the world. No one would be able to stop that. From that prediction, Kirigiri felt an unexpected chill creep along his body. But his decision was already set in stone. For the sake of the students, it might be time to speed up his plan. A plan where even the new steering committee members would not catch wind of. There was no other choice than the old school building. Maybe the old school building really is the building.
What building?
I'm wondering if it's the building from DR1. Legit.
What, it's the whole setting?
It might be. Because we
Jeez,
never...
That whole...
because we never went outside, so we wouldn't know. And that building was pretty big because frickin' what's her name? Ryuko was going up floor after floor, and she finally got to the top and then couldn't find anything.
How big is this fucking school?
Massive. I mean, they
But,
describe
like,
they
the
describe it
entirety
like
of
it's
the first game was
they-
just a section of it.
they describe it like it's bigger than like you know, because there's more money behind it. Like it's bigger than like most universities.
That's insane.
Yeah. But yeah, so it might, because I can't imagine what else he's teasing here unless it's something else that we don't know about. With that thought in mind, Kirigiri's brisk walk became a dash, though he didn't realize it. Indeed, he didn't notice any of the ways his body was reacting. His mouth began to faintly turn downward. He must have been able to sense it at his core. The talent who held the ability to throw the world into chaos was lurking somewhere in Hope's Peak Academy. That might have been why he was trembling, the unconscious recognition of that terrible existence. But even so, he had no way of knowing what lay ahead. Eventually, that talent would inflict despair across the world, and that very despair would trample even himself. But Jin Kirigiri was still completely unaware. Yes, that despair very well will trample Jin himself, as we are well familiar with. And that
Bro will not get one more scene in this franchise because Bro died just as the fucking intro to the main game.
crazy. All right, that was the end of the penultimate chapter. We only have one more chapter left.
Well, that kind of, yeah, I guess sets that, like, everyone from the class knew. That's why they knew Ryoko. Because, I guess they knew about who Junko had become. It definitely makes it awkward.
Crazy stuff.
But no, that was really cool. I guess now we're getting a more accurate depict on the timeline, at least now that the plan has started to isolate everyone from the world.
We still haven't had the so he kind of had like a not a premonition, but he already felt that like things were gonna get worse, and he had
detective in him.
Yeah, it's that instinct that he has, and and clearly the thing is brewing. Junko's planning something with the reserve course that we're likely not going to get to because we're 98% in, but and clearly there's like, it's interesting, right? Because we got so much backstory and like context, but they've still kind of actually hid the direct details of the tragedy. We got like the first step of the tragedy, basically. But it is interesting, and that might have to do with them not wanting to give things away. You know, maybe DR2 we get more details. Potentially.
That would make sense, because you can't bet that everyone's going to read this.
Like, at some point, like, we're going to get, more context, likely. And this is part of that. But, anyways, anything else you want to say about the Jin Kyoko, what probably was the Jin and Kyoko send-off?
Rip, bro, you're never going to see that girl again.
Sad. Are you ready for the final chapter?
And that in itself is a tragedy. Ready? I'm ready for the finale to Danganronpa 0.
Let's get it. Back from her long period of absence, the first thing taken care of upon returning to her dorm room was applying her makeup. As she looked at her reflection in the mirror, Junko Enoshima saw despair. God,
Wait,
Matsuda...
she doesn't wear makeup.
God, Matsuda sure had horrible taste.
There's no way. Was all my reasoning wrong?
You were caught up on the makeup everything? Thing. A little bit. But regardless, God, Matsuda sure had horrible taste. Reflected in the mirror was a simply plain, normal, and uninteresting female high school student. To think something like this was of use to despair. Maybe he picked up his awful taste from his mother or something.
Don't sell yourself short. I mean, you're a goddess, Junko.
Yeah, honestly.
You look very nice.
Honestly, but like also, bro, bro, he's dead. You don't have to call him out for his Oedipus
Well, no,
complex.
actually, no. I guess she's looking at Ryoko right now.
Yeah. There's layers to
Never
it
mind,
for
then.
sure.
Yeah,
It's
fuck that
multiple
bitch.
layers. Reliving the sense of a loved one in despair while applying makeup. She next began to tidy up the room, beginning with picking off the numerous sticky notes saying, "This is my room." And then, Ryoko Tanashi's memory notebook. Looking at the notebook brought back further memories of Yasuke Matsuda. Remembering him, she could feel her chest tightening, consumed by disgust at what she did to him. She was compelled to cry and scream out. I want to forget this already. I just want to get rid of this notebook. All the more reason to keep this on hand. Oh, I love her.
Oh my god.
She's so good. With an indescribable expression somewhere between woe and excitement, she flipped through the pages. Suddenly, her hand stopped. On that page were a ridiculous number of portraits of Yasuke Matsuda's likeness. These horrible drawings are surprisingly heartbreaking. How exciting. As expected, it seemed that her heart's wound wouldn't heal anytime soon. But that's how it should be, she thought. After all, she went so far out of her way and lost her memory to taste this despair. Although, speaking of which, that wasn't the only reason she had her memory lost. There was another goal in mind as well. That reason was within the notebook resting in Enoshima's hands. Reports on Matsuda's methods in manipulating her memory were recorded in that very notebook. Yep, that makes sense. That was her other reason. Memory manipulation was required for the final stage of her plan to inflict further despair. That's why she wanted to test it. And on herself!
Damn.
What a badass. She arranged for Matsuda to take away her memory, making her a test subject for that very memory manipulation. I guess this is all I can expect from one little experiment. Just becoming forgetful is only half of what I need. I guess Matsuda just didn't try hard enough. Yeah, because she just erased, like, memories in DR1, which is a little different than, I guess, when you think about it. It's not quite the same thing, because Ryoko just kept forgetting things, which was different.
Yeah.
Well, once I take care of it, I'm sure it'll turn out perfectly. Taking over a loved one's impassioned research, I'll be sure to put it to use in the most despair-inducing way possible. Her other reason for using Matsuda was to test her talents on a wider scale. For that experiment, she anticipated each of Matsuda's actions and then proceeded to move freely within her own convenience. That went for others involved as well. She anticipated the results of everything, and it allowed her to manipulate those events at will. By doing this, she finished her perfect scenario. It was the same for even Enoshima herself. She was able to predict even her own amnesiac actions and experience the greatest taste of despair in return. This is you.
Is it?
Yep.
Yoo-hoo! I'm back!
Suddenly a strange voice rang out as the door to the room flew open. Standing in the doorway was a blonde-haired girl, the one who had disguised herself as Junko Enoshima, Mukuro Ikusaba. A huge smile formed on her face, sheer glee in her expression. We did get that one moment in, I think it was the last episode, where she kind of got like all creepy about Junko, and we got to see.
Yep.
So I'm excited.
Well, you startled? I was hoping to surprise you a bit. I love you, sis. I love you more than anything. But in commemoration for your return.
Do you think I'm an idiot or something? Cutting her off, Enoshima shot back with frigid words. You trying to make things worse or something? What are you gonna do if someone sees you dressed like that? Are you gonna take responsibility for it? Hell, are you even capable of doing that?
That's pretty funny, yeah. Mukuro dressed as Junko, talking to Junko.
Yep.
Who actually right now looks like Ryoko. Fuck.
Yep. And of course, Junko being cruel to Mukuro makes perfect sense based on everything we discussed, because, Junko probably deep down cares about her. So of course she would act like this.
I'm sorry.
As if completely withered, her shoulders drooped. Also, you barely even look like me. Are you even trying? Seriously, tell me, do I really look that fucking stupid? Do I?
I followed your written instructions completely.
Oh, I get it. You can't do anything unless you're told how. You really are a moron.
I'm really sorry.
As she hurried to get changed, Ikusaba's eyes were completely blurred with tears. God! And you still have that ridiculously skinny body. If you have time to join a freaking military, you should try getting a body that men would actually like. Jesus!
Well, damn.
Well, that's Junko. She doesn't miss.
It's kind of shitty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Please don't be mad anymore.
Seeing her sister's shoulder... Oh, yeah, she definitely calls her mistress. Seeing her sister's shoulders tremble like a puppy that had been scolded, Enoshima scoffed and turned away. Jeez, I really gotta rethink how I'm gonna use that one. Besides having her sister disguise herself to fool Enoshima's amnesiac self, there was, as with the other plans, one other goal. It was another experiment. Mukuro Ikusaba's disguise was a key component in her future plan to inflict further despair. Just as memory manipulation, it's so stupid. It's like everything. Just as memory manipulation was an experiment, Mukuro Ikusaba's disguise was also an experiment. No, there were more. Forcing high school students into mutual killing and showing that visual to others in order to spread despair. That was, once again, also an experiment. Every part was an experiment put into practice, killing several birds with one stone. That's what the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy meant to Junko Enoshima. Furthermore, the murders of the steering committee members were a part of it as well. Besides forcing the location of Kamakura out of them, Enoshima wanted the men replaced, yep. Although the experiment this time around overall felt like it was missing some excitement. Was it too psychotic? I wonder if I could make it even more excitingly psychotic. I guess forcing mutual killing right away is too stiff. Maybe I should make it a game of some sort. Yeah, perfect. That way the murders will get way more dramatic.
Good. I like these ideas. I think they got some potential.
Of course, a mascot would be necessary as well. For this experiment, those who were brainwashed were dressed almost like cartoon characters. But that was no good. Just tasteless, she thought. There was tons of room for improvement.
Well, so...
Abruptly, Ikusaba's voice spoke out. Huh? What do you want? Enoshima clicked her tongue as she listened to what her sister had to say.
Why did you give Izuru Kamakura over to the reserve course?
Why didn't you? Enoshima clicked her tongue even louder at the question. Man, you really are dense. If they got to kill Kamakura, then they'd be satisfied just like that. That's so good. I want their unease and anger and dissatisfaction to build up, and then just explode all at once. Then they'll show their worth as a mob, right? That's what they're there for.
Oh, I see.
A bitter smile revealed itself on Ikusaba's face as she nodded in understanding.
Then does that mean Kamakura is no longer needed?
I don't really have anything in mind for him right now, but, well, nothing's gonna happen if we just leave him be anyway. Besides, he's not anything like an ultimate hope anymore. He's someone who's embracing the depths of despair. Again, this was another result that followed her prediction. In the end, everything moved along with Enoshima's will. Everything
just like it's always supposed to be.
Perfectly in line with what Enoshima's ambition was. Well, this little experiment allowed me to taste despair, so I guess I could say it was a success. But a small part of her had hoped for something else. She had almost hoped that the plan she worked so hard to concoct would fall into pieces despairingly. Okay, so it wasn't like that this time. But maybe someday I'll be able to taste that flavor of despair. She had even sown some seeds for the purpose of that possibility occurring. I really am amazing, aren't I? Without even thinking,
Yes.
she erupted into laughter. Why, I'm even prepared for the outcome where I myself would lose. I'm the very definition of a mastermind. Don't you think so,
Hell
sister?
yeah. Yes, but Junko, the way you're talking...
I got tired of that personality. How many fucking years have you been my sister? She took on a more violent persona as she shouted at Ikusaba, but she soon gave up on that as well and began staring toward the window.
What's wrong?
Despite Ikusaba's worried voice, Enoshima continued to stare at the window. Outside was a parade, and like a surging tidal wave, that parade was floating around the school's dorms. I wonder what everyone in class is thinking, looking at this right now. I wonder if they're experiencing the death of their hope. Suddenly, Enoshima stood up and spoke with an energized voice. All right, now that the tension is off the charts, let's go ahead to class. Our beloved classmates are waiting for us.
Okay.
And just like that, Junko Enoshima returned to her school life for the time being. It annoyed her to be friendly with the others, but soon enough, the spice of unbelievable despair would scatter about. Actually, I'm pretty freaking excited. Alright, let's enjoy the rest of our school life to its fullest. After all, that was her true motive. The blueprints were laid out, the flag was raised. Mutual killing, old school building, brainwashing, reserve course, ultimate hope, class 78, steering committee, headmaster, memory manipulation, Mukuro Ikusaba's despise, Monokuma. What's interesting is, not all of these things came up in DR1.
Not everything.
A lot of them, but not everything. It all begins here. The plan to create the strongest despair imaginable all starts here. The world's most despair-inducing incident begins here. Predicting what'll happen is simple, but not doing so would be far more interesting. In the end, an even stronger taste of despair would arise. But can I hold off for that long? What should I do? Just picturing that despair caused Enoshima's heart to jump. Because the ultimate, known as Junko Enoshima, wished for despair above anything else, would find hope in despair more than anything else. Find hope?
Now that's just insulting. Why they got the bow instead of the bear?
Well, I mean, this is, she can't give up the ghost yet. Because this is before...
No one's gonna care if she's wearing a fucking bear. Monokuma don't exist yet.
Yeah, I know, but, we're not... this is the, her pre... we're pre-saucing here. But, yeah, very cool picture, though, with the half and half.
That is an insane picture. I like how she's, not even got anything on.
And
you see
again...
a bear, chest going down.
You got, of course, Ryuko in the white, Junko in the black, of course. So that's cool.
Hell yeah.
Very nice stuff. And, of course, tongue.
Goodbye, Ryuko.
But yeah, because the ultimate known as Junko Enoshima wished for despair above anything else, would find hope in despair more than anyone else. Find hope? What the hell? Me find hope? Realizing that she had been embracing hope, Junko Enoshima fell into despair.